Inconceivable that can happen.
4th point to Robert Scott. Kicked 2 goals for.
Let's see what happens this time. Bannock finds his mark. That was Pickering. Sweeping it wide to his brother. Now a chance for the Tigers to run the ball down as Nixon goes up towards Gale. Hogg gives him a lead. Here he comes. Can't take it.
Yes, I agree with the umpire. Free kick.
Plays on with the advantage. Still in there with a chance. Stoneham looks to steal it and does. Gives it to Darcy and the Cats out of strife back towards Poole on the half-back flank. Trevor Poole centres it for Couch. Away he goes, out in front of Scott, intercepted by Pickering. The Tigers are playing inspired football. Pickering's kicked the half forward, and he finds Des Ryan. He's got a player loose in Waitman down in the pocket, but decides to go the other way. McKellar, and another good mark taken by Hogg.
Let's talk about that last situation with Hogg. It was a push in the back. The umpire awarded the free, 40 metres out, then paid the advantage. Umpires, when a player is within scoring range, have got to stop it. Otherwise, that cost Richmond a goal.
Jeff Hogg looking for his second. He's been off target. It looks better. It's another one to the Tigers.
20. It's replaced Lambert. Nichols towards centre wing. This is Hamilton. It's all Richmond. Hamilton long into the forward line, leaves the target off his hands. Brownless swooping on it. Mitchell, strong tackle. Brownless, Waitman inside to Young. Young from 20 metres out. There's another one. The Tigers on fire.
There, takes it at the second grab.
Should go long.
Still time for Geelong if they're good enough, but he's from a standing start. Going to pump it long, down towards the 50-metre line. Stoneham gives away the free.
It's good positioning by Lee at that stage.
And Mark Lee has done the job with David Cloak today for the Tigers to kick from half-back. The general steadies things down. Goes in towards the centre. McCrabb got up high. Knights waiting down in front. Away goes Nichols again. Mitchell's the target. Great mark. Plays on. Plays on. And loses it to Malakillis. Back towards McCrabb. Ryan defends with a fist. Flanagan trying to get some pace. Gets the hand pass out to McCrabb. Geelong again a chance, but he goes short. Pressure on Scott. Now Stoneham. Got to weave his way through. Oh, unbelievable. Hamilton's going to lose it to Nixon. Stoneham again crunches in over the top, looking to make amends. Scott on the boundary line. Close to the boundary line. Poole, was he pushed?
It's a free kick, yes. You've got to make a legitimate attempt when you're going for the ball. A lot of players in the past weeks have got away with that. Goodwin was pinged. But at least the umpires are consistent. Make an effort to go for the ball.
Trevor Poole has kicked 1 goal. That was earlier in this quarter.
From a difficult angle too.
And if ever they needed it, it's now. Oh, that's a great looking kick. Oh, the Cats are still trying to claw their way back. Poole kicks his second. It's Geelong's 9th, and again the margin is 10 points.
Well, he started at full forward, was moved down to the back line, now on a centre wing. He kicked a difficult goal before when he made yardage to take a mark, a diving mark. That was a very difficult kick from out wide, very difficult angle, and a long way out. A great kick from goal from the wingman.
Plenty of time still. 10 points the difference. Back in the centre. The crowded fever pitch. Lee over the top towards half forward. Hocking knocking away. It comes back to him. Hocking goes down. He's over the ball. Big ugly back. Lost it. Holding the ball, says the umpire. Gee, that's a tough one.
But they've got to be consistent, and they are consistent, the umpires.
Here's Gale. Long. Hogg on the lead. Great mark over Couch. What a splendid mark. He's kicked 3 goals.
Well, he had to drop on that occasion, Hogg. He had to drop, he had to run. Couch had to hold his ground, which he did do. And used as a springboard or a step board by Hogg.
Well, if he kicks this, It'll be very tough for the Cats. A bit happening off the ball. That's done with now. And Hogg. The game riding on this kick, perhaps. From 45 metres. It looks good. It splits the middle.
Well, Dipper, what would you recommend?
Chance for Geelong. Under 6 minutes remaining. Back in the centre. Lee stands his ground. Almost took it out, but it's Buse. Has been a great trier for Geelong all day. Kicks down towards the left forward pocket. Bannock wants to head for the boundary line, but he overruns it. Thrown into half forward. Here's a chance for Couch. He gets round onto his left foot, pumping it long in towards goals, but pulling it too far, and you guessed it, yet another behind. That is their 25th. 9:25. Trailing by 15 points. McKellar. Where will they go this time? Pickering's the target. Got to beat 3 Geelong players. Couch twists beautifully out. Gives it across to Morgan. Morgan to Scott. Scott from a standing start pulls it to the left.
Put him under a lot of pressure on that occasion. That's why he had to chip that ball. He realised the Richmond fellows were bearing down on him. And that is a 26 point. Darren Morgan.
Bannock again. Straight down the middle. Good looking kick. Nixon, Stoneham, Nichols setting it wide. Powell's away. 2 bounces. Buse shepherded out of it by Hamilton.
Oh,
And he's done his ankle, Buse. He's done his ankle.
Is gone. He's
hurt.
tried so hard for them all day. Brownless has it at half back to Flanagan. Couldn't take the mark. The big man recovers. Across to Couch. Urgent now for Geelong. Down towards full forward. At the back. Cameron. Pickering over the line. Another behind.
Sterrett's come on for Geelong, replacing Buse.
Buse was carried off, so it looks bad. He knew immediately. Call to the bench. There's the time remaining, over 4 minutes still. Clock has stopped. 13 points the difference. Whoa! What a climb by Nixon. Quiet all day. Timely mark. Nichols. Ryan. Des Ryan on centre wing. Has kicked a couple of goals today and has played well.
Oh,
Untidy hand pass. Put the mocker on him. Stephen Ryan held without it, surely. No free kick. And there'll be a ball up.
well, as inexperienced on that occasion. Des Ryan had the ball looking for his brother Stephen, but Stephen was more interested in shepherding off the ball. Should have been running down the ground.
Des Ryan has kicked 3. Lee charges after that one. In goes Mitchell. Morgan. Still time for Geelong. Lovely hand pass. Hamilton across to Couch. Now Couch is away towards half forward. Hinkley on the lead has taken this one. Running into open spaces, Cameron. He pops it out in front. Coming down his pool. Up he goes, fisted away. Justin Pickering, cleverly down. Into the path of Knights. Maybe they've weathered the storm. Knights, a third bounce. Runs to centre wing. Settles now. Pumps it back into the forward line. Setting Mitchell a task. He couldn't hang on. Tackled by Darcy. Comes to Hamilton. Gives it away to Michael Pickering. If you don't mind. Didn't see McCrabb holding the ball, says the umpire.
Austin McCrabb. Under 3 minutes remaining. Wide to Hamilton. Over the centre. Scott. Stoneham. With him is Nixon. Stoneham swings round onto the left foot. Again going short.
Oh, he's a
this
good
time
player,
finding
Stoneham.
Poole.
A great player, Stoneham.
Trevor Poole from half forward. Looking for distance. Didn't quite get onto it. Cameron couldn't take the mark. Recovers. Snaps with the left foot. It's high. And it is yet another behind.
Oh,
He really should have put that one through. He should have put it through.
9:28 to the Tigers. 13-16. There's a couple of options. Looking to centre the ball. It's effective. Finding Powell. Played a great game. Kick number 18 for Powell as he goes up towards half forward, and out comes Hogg at the 50-metre line.
of a half-hearted effort then by Gary.
Jeff Hogg has kicked 4. Distance may test him here, though. But it's all time for Richmond now. Just over a minute remaining. And they look to be home. Kick going in towards the square. No mark taken. Mitchell at the back. Has to give ground before he can make any. And he does well as Hamilton takes the mark.
Well, Malacallis has really had his hands full with Mitchell. Although Malacallis might match him as speed, he cannot get up in the air as high as what Mitchell can. And he would be a very, very hard player to counter Michael Mitchell. He's got explosive pace as well. And that was good play on that occasion.
Greg Hamilton in the last minute of the game. Richmond are home. There's no problems there. And what a great performance it's been. Hamilton's drop punt's on its way. May have just gone across to the right a little. It has. And one more behind goes on the ball.
As good as a goal, that one. Stops the clock. 19 seconds down Richmond's end. And they lead by 13 points. Gale got a fist on it. Flanagan's got it. Knights to Lee. Ricochets across to Nichols. Chips it in short. Ryan takes the mark. Des Ryan with 3 seconds to go. A chance to kick his 4th goal and make the margin 19 points. There's the siren. The Tigers have won. A massive upset at Kardinia Park. The young Tigers are victorious. And Ryan can add to the margin. Hits the post. That's
100 to 1 on to defeat Richmond at Kardinia Park, and they get beaten. The Sydney Swans in turmoil after players were asked to take pay cuts of up to 20%, and a question mark still hangs over their future. Tonight on AFL Live, Sydney and Geelong clash under lights at the SCG. Coming out onto the ground, Mike Willisey has his back to our camera, but acknowledging the players as they come out, and a handshake to Kardinia. And the word is that the Sydney Swans are fired up like never before for this clash tonight at Robounds.
Now, I stand to be corrected about the interchange for Geelong. It's Tim Darcy. Schulz is at the full-back position. Interesting to see David Brown at the full-back position for the Sydney Swans on Excel. Made a name as a forward.
And the bounce is in the Swans half-forward area. Geelong will get clear. Brownless is well tackled. This is the best tackling side in the competition, the Swans. This time the free kick has been picked out. It's going to Billy Brownless. And it may be after Brownless was brought to ground. The tackle looked okay. Brownless at half-back. Kicks it long out towards centre wing. Geelong mark to Flanagan is a good one in front of Barling. Doesn't waste any time. Off to Malacallis. Malacallis up towards half-forward. The kick in short. Under pressure is West. He is playing at fullback, Don. My apologies. The kick comes away towards the centre wing area. Fletcher's there on his own. He's well tackled. Too slow. Kerr breaks away. Runs his full measure. Up towards half-forward. The kick is a poor one. Again, Brownless repels that attack by the Swans and kicks Geelong towards their half-forward area. At the back, Cordy pushes it out towards Bolton. Bolton gets the hand pass off to Mitchell. Mitchell kicks quickly into the pocket. Punched away, a good punch there by Rogers over the boundary line for a throw-in just outside the 50-metre line in the Swans half-forward area.
David Bolton was one player whose name was mentioned frequently throughout the week, and he's been in the thick of things early on in this game, and it's good to see. Sydney Swans a chance going into the pocket, and the shot going across the face of goal. One behind only for the first score on the board, and Barry Mitchell kicks it for Sydney.
Attitude, I think they've answered that query in the first few minutes.
Yep.
It's terrific for the Swans.
Rogers to bring it back into play for the Cats. Murphy even flew from behind. Potter looks for the free kick and may get it. Held whilst not in possession, said the umpire. Craig Potter stabs in towards the pocket. It's a good pass. Saw Shane fell there. And this young full forward who's been in and out of the lineup will have a shot and try and post Sydney Swans' first goal.
Well, that situation arose there because Rogers is picking him up. Now, he kicked the ball out, yet wasn't quick enough to come up and pick up Shane Felt. Consequently, he was by himself.
Kicking from around 40 metres. Fell. Slews it off to the right-hand side and just sneaks it in from behind. 2 behinds on the board to Sydney, and Geelong yet to score. Not only a big game for Sydney, but a very big game for Geelong, who had the chance to move into the 5 last week, but went down to the Tigers at home. Flanagan in late with the one hand. Potter in over the ball once again. No one able to get it out. McCrabb's at the bottom. Coming in over the top for Sydney was Merv Neagle, and a bounce will take place.
The play is half forward, right half forward for the Sydney Swans. No real wind advantage here at the Sydney Cricket Ground this evening. Barling at the back, Flanagan. The ball comes out. Oh, grab was Neagle. Mitchell in the back against Fletcher. And playing on, but the umpire asking the player who has received the free kick to kick over the man on the mark. So the ball will come back to Mitchell. He's about 2 kicks from goal. The leader's on further afield. Mitchell ignores that. Now he's going into the pocket. Marking contest. Ball comes to the back. Fell can't control it. It goes out of bounds in the right forward pocket. About 12 metres around from the Swans' goal. Swans have kicked 2 behind. Geelong yet to score. Up over the top goes Henwood. Takes control of it. No, he doesn't. McCrabb under pressure. Good tackling again. No, it's not. He has been penalised.
There he is.
And the free kick goes against Potter to McCrabb.
McCrabb drifting it wide to the outer side. Rogers. Clear. Stab passes to Morgan. Still on the defensive side of centre. The Cats looking to go into attack. Stoneham at half forward.
Geez, a good player, Stoneham. I watched him last week, and geez, a greatly improved player.
The lead of Lidner has come back into the side, is ignored. Schulz, this goes over the top. How will it bounce? Going to be kept in play. Eagle gets the hand pass away on the last line of defence, and Sydney are out of strife through Carroll. Back towards centre wing. McCrabb by with it. The hurried kick by Potter goes down towards the right half forward flank. It's out of bounds and another throw in.
And we see Tim Darcy's come on replacing Stephen Hocking. Now the trainers are working on Stephen Hocking's leg, so it'll be interesting to see whether he can come back on, because he is a very solid player.
On the right half forward flank for Sydney. 2 points on the board. Geelong yet to score. Sydney without Healy. Geelong, however, without Buse. Mitchell at the bottom. Has it stolen by McCrabb. Across to Morgan. Gets the hand pass away. Scott. Centres looking for Stoneham. Almost pushed into the ball. Giving assistance was Gary Hocking. And he'll send Geelong further into attack with it because of a tackle that was considered too high. Gary Hocking towards Paul Couch. In towards the centre. And he takes the mark. Couch, in fact, forward of centre. Lidner again on the move. There's no Ablett, of course, on the Geelong side, but there's a mark by Schulz.
Used his body well on that occasion. Touch and go as to whether he actually did infringe Michael Schulz. Well, we see this on replay. Just before that, he nudged Jim West in the back, then dropped back, got him out of position. I named him in the back pocket as he lined up, but I was incorrect. He's lining up in the forward pocket, Michael Schulz.
So Schulz to post the first goal.
Successful clubs of the 80s slug it out at Waverley. Hawthorn scraped home in a thriller last week at the same location against Collingwood, while the Blues produced their best form of the season to eclipse the Bombers at Windy Hill. At Moorabbin, early season glamour team North Melbourne faced up to the Saints on their home turf, with both teams desperate for a win after dropping the points last week. Exclusive football.
Hawthorn out of strife.
Morrissey. Oh, good attempt. Copman across the neck. Umpire the free kick. And now he'll get around here. Look for Dunstall. The leader's on. Out he comes. Oh, great mark under pressure from Silvani. Dunstall, a brilliant full forward. Tough and hard. Leads well. Silvani, similar attributes. 40 metres. Jason's Dunstall kicks and splits the centre for his first goal of the game. Wide it comes to Kernahan. Kernahan playing on Langford gets clear. Now Kernahan, the leader's on. At the back of Satori, is it a mark? Yes.
He can take a good grab. Looks a little bit light in the upper body.
from 40 metres. Peter Satori straightens up. Good-looking drop punt. It's a goal. To Bradley. Bradley trying to get around with a hand pass. He does so, and the pass is a beautiful one to Satori.
That was a magnificent pass there. And good movement there on the forward line by Satori.
Reinitz was the man who gave it to Satori from 40 metres for his second goal. He is a good kick. It's a goal to the Blues.
Here's the bounce again. Carlton have it in their attacking zone. Langford.
Bradley, clear inside 50. Craig Bradley shoots, and he goes.
He floats it towards Rhys Jones and Satori and Kernahan.
Rhys Jones off the top of the pack, gives it to Gleeson. Gleeson snaps. Gleeson goals.
A quick kick. Oh, good mark to Gleeson.
That's courage.
That was a great mark. Gleeson from directly in front, 40 metres out. It's a good-looking drop punt. It's another one to the Blues.
Jason Dunstall going for his 39th goal for the season. Going to be close. That's very close. Tough up with a set shot like this. The pressure's on. Hawthorn need it badly.
Brings it to the pocket. Peter Swab. Grabbed by Rhys Jones. Can he get away? He can. He straightens up David Rhys Jones and slams it through for another one to the Blues. Great goal.
Carlton's half by.
Lead 8-5, plays 3-2. Hawthorn going to the left. Lawrence doing the ruck work, but Bradley getting it out of the centre for the Blues, down towards the half-forward line. And this Hawthorn defence has been under tremendous pressure right from the opening bounce today. And that kick from Andy Collins just dribbles over the line with Carlton in attack on their right half-forward flank.
Again, they got it out of the centre easily.
Yes, they're doing that well, and I see Gary Ayres is now playing at full-back on David Rhys Jones.
Well, that's a much better matchup. And Greg Deers down there on Satori. Bradley, a quick kick to half-forward Collins. Oh, clever mark by Andrew Collins. Victorian back pocket play. Now he's gone wide. That's good play by Ayres. While he's dropped the mark against Rhys Jones. Could that be costly? Rhys Jones onto the left foot. The kick to the pocket. Out comes Satori. Tries to get in the hand pass. Good play by Deer. Ayres back to Lawrence. Over to Swab. Swab, a little chip pass. Didn't even reach Platten. Platten cleverly dodges. Then kicks to the centre of the ground. Pritchard running back with the flight against Darui. Backup support by Dipier Domenico. It's a free kick on Dipier Domenico for being held and too high.
Well, Carlton had a chance there, but that was a bad tackle by Milhana.
Well, this is the big quarter in football. Can the Hawks come back? Brereton has 2 to beat. He's shoved out of the pack, and the umpire said exactly that. I think it was definitely there, although he accentuated it a little bit. Carlton played it.
Who's that? It's
David Kernahan.
David Kernahan not looking too well.
Well, this is when Hawthorn often crunch sides in the third quarter. They're a long way behind. What do you think, Bernie?
Well, I think the free kick was there, Pete.
But he'll have to kick from about 52 metres. He's already kicked one. And he's just the player to lift the Hawthorn side. They certainly need something. And Kernahan's not too good. He might have to come off. Certainly they're taking him off from right on the 50-metre line. Dermot Brereton, a high floater, won't make the distance. Brilliant mark by Steve Silvani right in the square. And with Dunstall finding it hard to get the leads in today because they're not controlling it up centre, it's making it easy for Silvani. Good mark to Hannah. Hannah at half back. Really, they have been most impressive. Carlton, 4 kicks and 5 handballs, Hannah, as he kicks to centre wing. Punched down by Langford. Johnny Platten in after it as the ball is pinned underneath all players and the umpire will bounce.
David Kernahan being taken off through the interchange at the moment in the hands of the trainers. So a bounce on centre wing. Madden comes steaming over the top. The busy Glasgow gets a kick under pressure, and that pressure forces it out of bounds on the full. So Andy Collins will hand over to Peter.
It's on behind play too with Dermot and Peter Dean, and
had to come. Oh, and also
and the runner.
Well, the runner ought to get out of there.
Look at this.
And, oh, that's bad.
They're coming from everywhere now.
That's Trevor Keogh, the former Carlton champion.
And what's that football doing?
Free kick to Dunstall.
What for?
Free kick. He was held by Silvani. It'll be a free kick to Dunstall, 30 metres out.
Well, there they are. These are the two that started it.
Well, the runner shouldn't even be there.
Well, the runners have been in trouble before for getting involved in these sort of incidents. And I think that... oh, Peter Dean again. I think that came from that incident, no doubt, in that first...
Well, in the meantime, Langford has taken a mark. The fullback's going to kick a goal.
Well, unselfish play by Dunstall. He had the free kick. He could have kicked it himself, and this might spur Hawthorn.
Langford kicks a goal.
It's the kick to Bassett. Bassett round the boundary line. Whitman waits for it. The little chip pass is on to Anderson, who's been quiet. Now, he should kick long. Dunstall and Silvani are down there. He's covered. Dunstall, now he leads, pushing and shoving. It's a good mark, though, taken by Millen Hannah. Umpire calls play on as Hannah runs around the boundary line. No one to give it to. He elects to kick long. Tuck and Bradley. Tuck, good use of the body on Bradley. Bradley with the pace is grabbed high. And it'll be a free kick to Bradley, and Dipper going in very, very hard.
Oh, that could be 50 or...
And it might go against Darui if he's not careful.
Oh, there's no love lost between these two sides in this third quarter.
Well, it's still the free kick to Bradley. It'll be on now as we see Bradley onto the left foot, up towards half-forward. Kernahan and Langford. It's punched away. It might favour Carlton. Little Collins grabbed when he didn't have it. Kicked off the ground. Out to Tuck, who's played a great game. Cleverly over Swab. Two of the evergreens combining there. Swab to the half-forward line. Morrissey, Mark, right on the line. Hawthorn lifting. Morrissey to the pocket. Brereton and Dunstall. But it beats them both over the line. Scoreboard shows Carlton leading 8-5. Hawthorn on 4-2, and the crowd are roaring.
Well, they've been a top side for too long to go down without a fight, Hawthorn, and that's exactly what they're doing in this third quarter.
And do you reckon Robert Dippier didn't make it hard for Richard Dennis to get onto the ground? Madden trying to stand his ground, then Palm with the left hand. Buckley, Flame, Whitman, smothered. Brereton and Dennis, who's just on. Brereton gets a good hand pass away to Dunstall. Dunstall snaps and he goes. And the Hawks coming back. Tremendous tap forward by Dermot Brereton. The Hawks fifth.
Yes, Sandy, and they're doing the same thing as Carlton did in that first half. Dermot Brereton has been moved away from centre half forward. He is now playing virtually as a second full forward. And Russell Morris has been moved down to that half-forward line. But I think Dermot does appreciate a move down to the forward line. Gives him a bit more space to work into.
Brilliant play by the Hawthorn champion. And they've lifted. They're now only trading by 3-3. That's 21 points. Lawrence runs straight in at the bounce. Darui might have received a free kick, and he has. Steve Darui, what a great contest.
From Dipper, and I believe the umpire's been having a chat with the Hawk strongman.
Well, let's hope for his sake he's not reported. Kernahan in front, a great clash with Langford. Tuck has been magnificent under pressure. Towards the half-forward line, the Hawks go again. It's punched on to centre wing. Anderson goes in for Hawthorn. Now it's Morrissey. Good play, Meldrum. Meldrum with his pace and skill. Gets it to Buckley. Buckley runs into his teammate Madden, but it's a long kick by Buckley to half-forward. Plenty of Hawthorn big tall players, but Gleeson waits at the base of the pack. A quick kick to the pocket. Oh, the bounce to Ayres, and Ayres cleverly goes back to the line. And the umpire doesn't pay deliberate. Rhys Jones thinks it was. David Kernahan, we saw with maybe a serious injury. What's the report, Michael Roberts?
Well, David Kernahan doesn't know what day it is when he was taken from the ground. His eyes were rolling around the back of his head. He's suffering from concussion. I would say lucky to come back on the ground.
Glascott lying on top of the ball, tries to tap it out. Players pounce in on top of it. And umpire Brian Sheehan will come in and bounce right in front of the Carlton goal.
Could come down to the survival of the fittest, Pete.
I'll tell you what, there's no place out there for squibs.
Satori trying to take it out of the air. Hawker there also. Pritchard off the ground, only as far as Bradley. A snap by Craig Bradley. 1 point. (8-6). Plays 5-2. 22 points the margin. The Hawks desperately trying to get back into this game. Here's kick out.
Oh,
it'll be a free kick.
It's at free for Justin Madden's free.
Justin Madden.
Well, shepherding, the umpire said, but I thought the free kick was definitely to Hawthorn.
Bassett floats it high. Oh, it's Kernahan who got up a ball. He's holding on at the back to Satori.
Free kick to Satori. Should have been.
Yep, he was held. Greg Deere had a firm hold on Satori's Guernsey.
He almost ripped it off.
Certain goal that would have been to Carlton.
There's again.
Oh, that was a let-off for the Hawks.
What will he do this time? Wide. Langford. He goes short to Cooper. It could be dangerous. Gleeson intercepts.
Oh, that's bad play, isn't it, from the Hawthorn defenders? An experienced player there in Chris Langford.
Well, you think he would have watched Billy Brownless last night up in Sydney.
A fatal mistake, that one.
Well, Michael Gaffer last week for Collingwood.
So Gleeson, a chance to steady the Carlton ship. But it'll need a long kick from him. He's just inside 50. The drop punt going into the square. The big pack of players. It's a mark. It's a Carlton mark. And Madden will have a shot directly in front.
Well, that's what they need, Justin Madden. He's a big, tall player. He hasn't been taking a lot of marks. Put the one hand up and maybe a little bit lucky to fall down there. But only from about 7 or 8 metres out now.
See, I think Alan Jeans has fired up Hawthorn at half-time, Sandy.
I'm sure he has. But this will steady Carlton. If he can kick it. A gentle little prod, and he does. And he's wrapped. 9-7 to 5-2.
I don't think the Carlton boys had much confidence in that kick from Justin Madden.
Perm, John Iron time, and Collingwood leading by a point following a Dacos screamer. Peter Dacos came into play early in the second term, putting the Woods further ahead. Dacos helped out again in the third, the lead changing several times during the term and Roos dominating for the Lions. Matthew Armstrong came down heavily after tripping over Tony Shaw. Trailing by 23 points at the last change, the Magpies led by Peter Dacos went wild in the last term, booting 10 goals. The final Dacos tally was 6. Collingwood by 45 points. Craig Huggins, National 9 News.
Melbourne shook off a determined Richmond to bring up a 53-point win at the MCG.
Underway. Can the Hawks come back? Wide to centre wing, Glasgow. Has been busy. Goes right across the ground to De Rui, who'd stuck away momentarily from Di Domenico, who eventually claimed him. Ducking his head.
Yes, Sandy, but he's given the free kick.
But he got it.
Well, very lucky to get that. You called it right. He did duck into that tackle.
Just forward of centre is Bassett. Down towards Kernahan. With him is Langford. And he effectively spoils Nailey. If he gets a sniff of the goals, he'll be dangerous. Swings round. And he's pulled it too far. Well.
Gee, they've missed some shots, haven't they? Easy shots today. Kernahan, especially the main offender, is 1 out of bounds on the full. And 3 behinds.
Gary Ayres comes back into play. Cooper's down behind play. Receiving attention. A tuck. Fisted away by Bradley. Picked up by Majizak. He pulls it hard too across the face of goal for another behind. Well, the Hawks want the first couple badly, which is though Cooper's cramping up. 10-12. Hawthorn a 7-2.
Well, that may be the scoring end too, Sandy. The end Carlton is kicking to in this final quarter.
They're certainly kicking longer that way. Here's Pritchard against Gleeson. Pritchard taps it on to Morris, was held. Grabbed by Anderson. Oh, Morrissey almost took it. Hannah. Very, very solid. Over to Richard Dennis. Dennis hooks it back to the pocket. And the mark taken by Majizak. Off he goes from the boundary line. Majizak centres it. That was good football. Beautiful play, Mark Majizak, and he found Hawker.
Yes, great play there by Majizak, appreciated by David Rees-Jones. And he centred that ball. He could have blazed away, had a shot at goal. But that's a percentage kick from that position on the ground.
Glenn Hawker has had a quiet day. He has been well tagged, but he shouldn't miss this one. The ex-Bomber from directly in front kicks and puts another one through for the Blues. So Hawthorn would have to be a super side to win from here. 7-2 they are. Carlton 11-12.
Yes, I think you're right, Pete. It's been all Carlton at the start of this last quarter. Majizak again. But Hawthorn very worried. They've made a change. Cooper's off the ground. Ben Allen has taken his position. And I think it's could be curtains for Hawthorn after that goal by Glenn Hawker.
Carlton getting themselves into a commanding position. Deere and Madden. Neither effective out of the middle. Anderson working hard.
And good work too, Sandy, by Justin Madden at ground level after doing the ruck work.
Still in the centre. Deere this time wins it. Bradley can't get away at a second attempt. Tuck looking for the free kick. Didn't come his way. Schwab under great pressure. Gets a short kick, but straight to Hannah. And he looks across half forward. Mill, Hannah. Good looking kick. The pack come over the top. Kernahan's in there. Majizak scouting. Majizak first to it. Runs into trouble. Naily in over the top. And a bounce.
In a desperate combination today, this Carlton side. A few premiership players from a couple of years ago, 1987, back in the side. Naily. Jimmy Buckley, who's been a great player over the years.
Rees-Jones gets clear with a hand pass to Gleeson. He stabs it goal and he puts it through. The Blues are running over the Hawks. 7-2, 44.
I'll have a look at that, Sandy. It's 24 shots at goal and only 9 shots at goal from the Hawthorn side. And I think we may have seen the last of the powerful Hawthorn sides after this performance here today, Pete.
What do you think, Pete, of that statement?
Absolutely ridiculous statement on one game.
Well, there's been a few of them this season.
Oh,
there's been a lot of them.
Wait till the end of the year, Bernie. They'll be there again.
The signs are there, Pete. They're really slipping, the Hawks.
As we see Madden.
I know you've got your money on them, but...
Very impressive display by Carlton, but Hawthorn plenty of character, and they'll be back. As we see Deere. They've been thrashed at the centre bounces, though. It's been a very impressive performance this by Carlton. And their seconds were brilliant today too, so they've got plenty of depth. This is Russell Morris to Anderson. He's been pretty quiet. Dean Anderson, should kick it to half forward. Brereton sets himself in front, can't take it. Platten over to Domenico, tries to crash his way through. Finally gets in the hand pass, then taps it on to Morrissey. Morrissey onto the left foot, hooks her back. Dunstall versus Silvani. Who'll win out?
Yes, holding.
And a free kick going the way of Silvani.
Yes, he was holding Silvani's Guernsey.
I thought they were both pushing and shoving. It would have play on decision would have been a good one there. Let's have a look now. Have a look.
Look at Silvani's Guernsey.
Silvani's both. Look.
No, he definitely had hold of
play on decision. It should have been, as we see Hannah around the boundary line to DeRui. It's been good coaching by Jezelenko to play him on Domenico. He's looked very tired. Langford has been fantastic under pressure today on Kernahan. Andy Collins can't pick it up.
Dropping the ball.
That's holding the ball.
Yep.
And umpire calling the advantage. Does he know it'll have to come back to Majizak? Andrew Collins. Gee, they've fumbled today, Hawthorn. But it's probably the pressure put on by Carlton, who have been, well, it's the best performance by Carlton I've seen in years. We see Majizak, the quick kick up in front of goal. Kernahan a mark. A very, very good mark. He's missed 3 sitters. Can he kick it, Bernie?
Well, you wouldn't back him after that last shot.
I'll back him this time.
Well, he has been a quiet player today, Kernahan. He's had a few shots at goals that he should have kicked.
Well, he hasn't kicked a goal, and they've been peppering down there. He's taken 6 marks, 8 kicks, but I think Langford's beaten him on the day. Steve Kernahan from directly in front. Don't think he could miss this one. And he hasn't, right through the middle. So the Blues have certainly got this game well and truly won. A great performance. 13-12 played 7-2.
Yes, it has been a great performance. Steve Kernahan probably could have sealed the game earlier had he kicked straight. Missed a couple of sitters earlier in the game, including a poster in that third quarter. But I suppose when you've got a player like Langford, who's one of the best defenders in the competition playing on you, it makes it difficult at times to get kicks.
Crowd of 36,370 watching Carlton going on with the job against Hawthorn. Derui, Dennis, being used sparingly off the bench. Meldrum. The Carlton defence has been superb. Their half-back line outstanding. Bassett loses it. Gleeson tries to follow it up. Pritchard gets claimed. Gets a quick kick away over towards the wing. Dennis and Paul Deere. Richard Dennis runs into Platten. Pushes it wide over the line on the outer side.
Would you agree, Peter, it'd have to be the end of Hawthorn's domination of the competition?
Oh, yes, I'd certainly say that. The competition certainly is even right up. And, well, looking at Carlton's seconds before this game, have they got some depth, and they're going to be a power this year.
Still on that outer side. Ben Allen at the bottom. Plays on through Di Domenico. He shrugs the tackle, however, and just chips towards Peter Schwab. Majezak late on the scene.
Oh, that hurt him too.
Would have hurt.
And he hurt a lot. The foot in the back, the base of the spine there. And Schwab's, he'll have some nice stop marks there tomorrow.
He's got some courage, hasn't he? That was sheer grit and determination to take that mark. Andrew Collins having a bit of a push and shove with Majezak. Or was it Whitman?
This is Morris kicking up towards the half-forward line. No mark taken. Brereton at the bottom. Peter Dean said, please get off the top of me. He does. Need a big game for Peter Dean today.
Oh, he's a good player, Dean.
On the 50-metre line, Madden will be free kicked.
Oh, look at those hit-outs. 35 hit-outs to Carlton and 17 to Hawthorn. And that's where it's all started. Big Justin Madden has had his hands to the ball on most occasions.
And here he is at half-back, kicking to centre wing. Satori slipped through his fingers. Adrian Bassett claimed, but the ball held. And on down behind play. Dean and Brereton again.
Yes, Dermott and Dean. No love lost between those two. It's
plays going on and the ball's coming down to that area. It's over the line.
Well, if the play's been allowed to go on, there's been slinging and holding and shoving. There should be free kicks paid.
Play does go on. Bassett can't take it cleanly. Pritchard. Kick down towards the forward line. Deere takes the mark. Paul Deere plays on. Dixon in the pocket. Thought about going to Ben Allen as Di Domenico and Renitz have a bit of a dust-up. But the honours today, I'm afraid, are with the Blues. They can point to the scoreboard and say that's where it's at. Robert Dixon. A goal to the Hawks.
That's our company vote.
Oh. Well, 25 scoring shots to 10. I think that tells the story of the day. Carlton have dominated this game, and really they should be 10 to 12 goals in front on the amount of play they've had up forward. Dunstall hasn't seen a lot of the ball, and when he has, it's been under enormous pressure from Silvani. Look at the hit outs. 37 to 17. And Madden, oh, there's a free kick to Madden. Well, the umpire belatedly paid it.
I don't know why it is a free kick to Madden, because he positioned himself there. The Hawthorn ruckman was the player making the play, going for the knockout. It's a shepherding free kick.
Yeah, but he stood on his neck, Bernie, I think, as you see Madden to the half-forward line. Over the back is Tucker's tried hard all day. So is Collins. Collins, oh, it's wide. Here's Greg Deere. Oh, Majazak, too quick. As he grabs it, turns around on that left foot and pings it up high. Reece Jones and Ayres down to Platten, who's only a shadow of the player we know through injury. Yes, it's just they miss his drive, Bernie.
Well, it's a shame to see Johnny Platten struggling like this.
Well, they might have to rest him, but then again, they're not well off for Rovers, Hawthorn. That's why they're playing him, I would think. This is Anderson. Dean Anderson from half-back around centre wing. Tanner! No mark. Richard Dennis finds Satori to Bradley, to Nailey, and danger again because Kernahan's loose. An open goal, Stephen Kernahan. Oh, Doug Tommy's missed another one, and he could have given it to Reece Jones. He's missed 4 absolute sitters today, Steve Kernahan.
Make that 5 win.
There's an unhappy Carlton supporter, even though they're a mile in front. They like to really blitz the opposition. Gary Ayres, well, he's been under all sorts of pressure down there. Amazing they haven't put him in the centre today, actually.
Collins just gets his kick away in time. Meldrum shrugs the tackle. Gets it across to Gleeson. Here they go forward again. Long in towards full forward. Kernahan's there, but he's beaten this time by Ayres. Lawrence, danger though. Majazak coming in from the side, couldn't complete the mark. Langford short. Lawrence to the boundary line.
That's deliberate, that one.
The umpire says no.
Well, if they hadn't paid that one after the ones in the first quarter, I think they would have been lynched. The umpire. They haven't paid them all day, those, have they?
That one was a little bit obvious, though. That one, I thought.
Just over 13 minutes remaining in this game. Anderson towards the boundary line. Keeps it in play. Could be dangerous. It went to Darui. Bassett. Majazak. A high hand pass. Collins gets a kick away. And he caught one, so Dipper will take it.
Oh!
Off the chest of Lawrence. The Hawks are Lawrence. Gleeson. That's a poor kick. Morris. Well, some sloppy work going on at the moment. Paul Deere comes over the top. Waiting down in front is Adrian Gleeson. He can just stab up to Majazak from 50 metres. Majazak sets sail to centre it. Reece Jones at the back. Hawker off hands. Goal. Good night, Hawks. Carlton. Hawthorn are 8-2.
Well, 3 weeks ago, you wouldn't have given 2 bob for the whole Carlton side. They were that bad against Footscray. And it's amazing how it has turned around in the space of 3 weeks.
They showed plenty at Windy Hill last week, Bernie.
Yes, well, Sandy, they've got some good players back in that side. Their running players have suddenly found form, and that's Glenn Hawker's second goal.
Well, 14-13. How long is it since we've seen this great Hawthorn side have only 10 shots for goal on a perfect day for football? They've only kicked 8 goals, 2 for a game, and that says how well Carlton has played. Peter Dean has been great at half forward. Pritchard caught with the ball. In after it again, Darren Pritchard dragged to the ground by Peter Dean and gets his face pushed into the turf for his trouble.
Well, he's been great, hasn't he, Peter Dean, today? And what Dermott did there, he just waited back, and Peter Dean was a player who attacked the ball.
And Peter Dean pointing to the scoreboard, and that's always the best answer of the lot. And I really believe that he is one player that just not enough credit's given to. He's been out for a long, long time with injury, and Carlton have sadly missed his presence on that back line. Hawthorn trying to make this score a little bit more respectable. Oh, Lawrence, one-handed attempt. Kicked off the ground by Bradley. Finds Bassett. To Hannah. Hannah's got a panic to run in. From centre wing, a little chip pass is clever. To Meldrum. To Reece Jones. Over to Bassett. And the former VFA player onto the left foot hooks it. And puts it through for a behind. So really, they've missed some absolute sitters. 14-14 to 8-2. I can't believe that Carlton could do that to Hawthorn.
28 effective scoring shots to 10. As darkness descends upon the park here at Waverley, Whitman. De Domenico under pressure from DeRui. Now Nayley. Dipper won't give up. Nayley gets it away, however, to Meldrum. On to Bassett. Looking dangerous again, the Blues. Another one to Majazak. Shoots in towards goal. There's another nail in the coffin.
Carlton finally home by 67 points. The Blues.
Forward, bounces nicely for Harvey. He'll get the handball over the top. Russo should be able to run in and goal. The angle's difficult. Russo goes bang and puts it through. Winmar somehow gets the hand pass out. Harvey, Russo, brilliant ball work, but Nixon fumbles. Crucial, gets it back. Russo, left foot kick, close to the goal line. Lockett one out. Big punch from Smith, shot by Dwyer. A goal to St Kilda, magnificent play.
A quick kick, plenty of pressure still there. Hepburn against Grant. Handball to Bryce, to Rock, to German. Now he should go, left foot, and he has put it through.
Cracker's kick now across his body towards half forward. Mark taken by McDonald. Hand pass, Schwass over the top. The running player is Stevens. He's deep in that half forward area. The kick by Stevens to the front of the goals. Nearly a mark to North Melbourne. Kick off the ground by Rock. It could be a goal. It is.
Allison, left foot towards centre half forward. No free kick paid. Frawley, Hepburn paddles it out in front. Longmire with a chance, and he kicks a goal, and they're in front.
Out towards the outer side. St Kilda have got the opportunity here. Bowie, disciplined kick to the front of the goal square. Lockett, yes sir. Lockett for his first, he makes no mistake.
Back to where Rice was earlier on. Hepburn in the front spot, low at the back. Russo has taken the long sleeve Guernsey off and put a short one on. G. Jeffrey did well. Coughlin, Lockett. But Jeffrey's footy was terrific there. These are really bread and butter for the best full forward in the competition. Drop punt, straight through the middle. 2 to Lockett, 4 to St Kilda, 4-5 to 3 goals.
North will get clear. German, handball wide. McRae over the top. Angus, 50 metres from goal goes Angus, and he pops it through. Great goal to North Melbourne. McRae's caught with the ball, and he should be penalised. Now the advantage is paid, and Bowie, an active little player for St Kilda. The kick towards full forward. Lockett, what a great mark. Lockett from 40, and he makes no mistake.
Nixon, left foot. Lockett's there again with Fairley. Lockett, oh, too big, too strong. Directly in front, and the drop punt's okay. It's a goal. Nixon's handball very good to Harvey, who has tremendous pace. Winmar, Chandler, Smith against him. Now Bowie, he can kick a goal. Drop punt, neat, and scores.
3 St Kilda players there, and Coughlin comes away with the ball. Coughlin, his second tap on the ground. The kick into the forward pocket. It goes over the back. Harvey gathers the bouncing ball. Left foot shot is home.
Schwass at the back. Clever handball to Cracker. Cracker with a little short kick, which is part of his game. Fairley has taken off Lockett after Lockett kicked 4 on him early. Chandler, who's done a pretty good job. Schwass, we've got something moving here. Schwass with a high drop punt. Clarkson in the front spot, and a good mark. And Clarkson from 20 metres out. Drop punt goals. Harvey. Short. Arnold. Winmar. Still Winmar. Good handball. Coughlin. Arnold. Will he kick his first goal in league football? I think he might have done it. Yes.
The kick goes to Bryce. Bryce's hand pass goes to Hamilton. Hamilton nearly caught. Gets his kick away. It's effective. Mark taken by Fairley. Ian Fairley had a busy afternoon at fullback with Tony Lockett. Kicks for goal and kicks truly. Running close to the man on the mark, which forces him to kick it high. It's not going to get the distance. Low! Definite mark to Low. Doesn't need distance here. He's only a metre from the goal line. Accuracy. Looks pretty good. It's a goal.
The Saints getting a good...
It's 10-18 to North Melbourne Green. Rock taken off him. Low, quick kick to centre half forward. Price. Good tackle by Arnold. Winmar. High one to half forward. Buckley underneath it. And takes a very good mark. At half back.
He played on, Bruce.
He's a bit lucky there.
He certainly played on, but the umpire didn't pick it up, so he's allowed to take his kick.
Drop punt to centre wing. Harding and Angus. Harding at the back did very well. Arnold. Winmar. Schwass. Big kick getter today. That's his 15th to half forward. Hamilton has been pretty impressive in his first game. McCarthy scoops it on to Clarkson. Just keeps it in play. Looks for a free kick. Russell Jeffrey breaks the tackle. McCarthy off the ground. Here's a chance for North. Shepherding done by McDonald. Still McDonald. Tries to get the handball away. The tackle was very good by Devonport. And wasted chance there with players left, right and centre behind the play. Jeffrey to the left. Evan. And the next goal is crucial. Low. Winmar with pace to half forward. He was off balance when he kicked it and really couldn't set anything up. And if North can stay firm for the next 10 minutes or so and stop any sort of a Lockett and St Kilda attack, then they've got a chance. 78 to 65. They've just been peppering away all day, about 3.5 goals behind. Rock. And again, it'll be a throw in on the 50-metre line. St Kilda in attack.
Rock in trouble. Russo fell straight on top of him. And Rock having difficulty. Gee, I really thought that was nearly a free kick to Rock, because Russo, no way was he going for the football. So Rock able to gain his footing. Boundary throw in on the 50-metre line for St Kilda. Low and Carey. Low, strong, but Carey holds his ground. Oh, how can two big men do that, Bruce? That's what football's all about, when two big guys jostle. Now Low gets the free kick. Can't believe it. 13 kicks and 8 marks for Stuart Low, and he'll kick St Kilda in the Lockett direction. Lovely drop punt kick. No mark taken. North Melbourne through Smith. A quick kick goes back out towards half-back. Gathered by Carey. North Melbourne out of trouble through Clarkson. Clarkson's kick up towards half-forward. It goes over the back. Fairley can't control it. He's been awarded a free kick, and maybe that could be the square off. Fairley will take the free kick between wing and half-forward for North Melbourne in front of the big scoreboard. Fairley's kick into the pocket. McDonald dives, can't control it. Boundary throw in. McDonald looking for a, well, I would have thought it would have been classified as a gift, that one. Outside 50 metres, we've got a boundary throw in.
Angus and Harding. North in attack. Angus just wins the tap. Bowie falls over. Oh, gee, a bit lucky. Handball quickly to Daniels. Left foot. Arnold. Bryce, who's been useful today. He's had a lot of kicks. To half forward. Harding in the front spot. Hamilton. Gee, I like him. Handball's not good, but Allison's got a bit of a chance. Rock didn't do well there. Devonport with a torpedo punt into the centre. McRae. Tap on cleverly to Bryce. Fairley. Not the most athletic player, and he's going to get run down and caught by Taylor. Schwass. Still Schwass. Now, will he kick a goal? It's a beautiful kick normally. It's a floater. Forley back on it. And there wasn't much in that. And he's going to have to come back over the mark. Took the mark. Kept his cool, the captain. Made a mistake at the beginning of the term when Clarkson swooped on it. So Frawley from the last line of defence. He'll go out towards Harding. That's where the kick's going. Angus in the front spot. Harding at the back. Arnold fell over. Daniels gets a high one, and he'll get a free kick. So, as it's been for most of the day, both teams struggling to get any real team pattern going. He's kicked to centre wing.
No mark taken. The ball at the back. Dwyer breaks away. Mick Dwyer, the left foot kick into the forward line. No mark taken there. Buckley's under pressure. He thumps it back towards the half-back area. Bowie's there for St Kilda. Round onto the right foot goes Brett Bowie in the Lockett direction. Lockett gets his hands on it and can't control it. The ball on the ground in the left forward pocket for St Kilda. And Lockett now with his left knee heavily bandaged, and he's certainly favouring that leg. Longmire back there. Tony Lockett had kicked 4 goals. Longmire's been on him, and he hasn't been able to add to that tally. The ball goes out to Bowie. Hemmed in on the boundary line. He's able to get round on the left foot. Bowie's kick. Lockett still can't hold it. Taken away by Chandler over the boundary line. And we'll have a throw in the right forward pocket. So St Kilda a chance here to score. North Melbourne will want to hold them out. Trail by 13 points. Low! Kicks loose off the side of his left foot and through for a behind. St Kilda by 14 points. Stuart Lowe has kicked 1 goal, 1. Lockett 3 behinds. Winmar 2. Dwyer 3. Jeffrey 2 behinds. Harvey 3 behinds. The culprits in the behind scoring effort by St Kilda. Allison kicks in short and finds Buckley.
From half-back, not a good kick. Doesn't get a lot of distance. Arnold over the tap of Chandler. Well, Rock might have done a hammy there, I think. And it's going to be a bounce down. This Rock looks injured and he's going to have to come off. And a corked a thigh or a hamstring. He's in all sorts of pain. And Andrew Cracker will come on for him. So bad luck there for Rock. Took in a heavy bin. The German who, Wayne Schimmelbusch, the coach, took some time out at 3/4 time to talk to him about his footy from the centre. High drop punt. Difficult ball to mark. Hamilton almost. Frawley falls over. Clarkson. And again a bounce down. Well, Ian, I've said it a few times and so have you today, but if North get the next one, then I reckon the Saints fans will be getting a bit nervous.
Yes, it's there's nothing much in this game. It's well in North Melbourne's scoring zone. I was going to say, when Danny Frawley wraps it in, Bruce, it doesn't often come out, does it? No. Certainly to the advantage of the opposition. He's a great player, Danny Frawley. The ball comes out towards centre wing. Chandler, gathered there by German. High kick back towards centre half forward. No mark taken. Devon Porter's there for St Kilda. And he kicks it out wide. It slews off the side of his boot. Jeffrey, much more comfortable in defence, but this time he fumbles. North Melbourne, a chance they were fighting for. Now they might get clear through Coughlin. His kick is smothered. Finishes with Smith. Smith's kick to half forward. North are a chance. Hamilton with skill. The left foot kick to the advantage of McCarthy. He's in the pocket. He could be run down. He is. A brilliant tackle by Grant. And the free kick will go to the St Kilda defender. And there was steel in David Grant's arms. He's an unheralded player, but the Saint fans love him. The high kick out towards half-back. No mark. Pekin, Coughlin. Kick by Clarkson is smothered. Hamilton's an opportunist. Round the neck against Harvey. And the free kick to be taken by Hamilton. He plays on quickly. Kicks it to the front of the goals. McDonald can't mark. Stevens kicked off the ground by Grant. It'll go over the boundary line. It will now. David Grant made sure of that. And again, the Saint fans applaud the efforts of their defender.
Daniels cramping at centre half back, Ian. Throw in. Gee, Grant's played a wonderful game today. Just doesn't fall over. I love that in a footballer. And he did well there too, because he could have wildly kicked it towards the boundary line. It might have gone out in the full. He just gave a half a kick. Couldn't play it as deliberate, even though it probably was. Harding and Hepburn. North have got to get the next goal. Getting pretty dark at Moorabbin. Russo. And again a throw in, but the Saints have gained about 30 metres, and it's about 70 to 80 metres away from North Melbourne's goal. So a bit of safety there, a bit of a cushion. Hepburn and Harding. No free kick. Pekin has been busy. Winmar.
Well, he's flew for 4 and he eventually got one.
To Russo. Dwyer and Buckley. Longmire. He's done well at fullback, keeping Lockett to 1 goal. Russo couldn't quite chop it off. Hamilton's been terrific. Clarkson. Oh, McCarthy took a chance. Allowed Grant to get in between he and the ball. German tried to do a quick reflex handball. Pekin was good. Harvey loves to run and find some space. Looks forwards low. Punched away from that player. Coughlin, ungainly, but effective there. Devonport, who came on for Laurie when he was injured early. Drop punt, Lockett. Oh, good kick. But you can see the big man's not fit. And it's interesting that Sheldon's kept him on. There's still danger for the Saints.
I was just going to say, Bruce, Craig Devonport at 20 years of age, doesn't he show some great composure and confidence for a youngster? Just then in the centre, he could have bombed away, got into a position where he could kick the ball carefully and accurately to this player, and now you have a deliberate shot at goal.
Drop pump by Lockett. Missed it, but that knee's hurting him. And 11-21 to 9-11. I guess Kenny Sheldon must be wondering about whether he'll keep him on, but this game's still not completely won yet.
Bryce kicks it into the outer side. Coughlin's underneath it. Can't keep his footing, but he goes after it again because he got up very quickly. Dwyer, the kick towards full forward. Oh, chipping in nicely and taking the mark is Clarkson. He gets the ball wide to Ellison. Ellison over the top, Schwass. Chipping in was Hepburn, now Schwass. Left foot kick to half forward. Carey, probably a little bit fancy. Low, goes back to Pekin, who fumbled the ball, and Carey's able to get back and hold it in for North Melbourne. It's between wing and half forward. Devonport comes in and gives Pekin a bit of a pat on the head. Good team spirit there by the St Kilda players. Harding, desperate, throws himself over the boundary line with the football in front of McRae. So we'll have a boundary throw in on centre wing. St Kilda look comfortable. They lead by 22 points. You never know. There was a team last night led by 25 with about 12 minutes to go, and they got rolled by 9. Kick by Bowie. Good mark taken by Bryce at centre half back. Good statistics for Paul Bryce. 11 kicks and 14 hand passes. That's another one out to Clarkson. Clarkson's kick up towards half forward. No mark taken. Ball at the back. McCarthy over the top. Cracker can run onto it, but he's beautifully tackled by Fairley, and it's holding the ball. And Danny Frawley, I tell you what, when you give best player votes, if he doesn't get 1, 2 or 3, he certainly will get 4, 5 or 6, because he's a great trier and always gives his best. The kick to half-back, Clarkson, kicked off the ground by Russo, went into Schwass. The ball rebounds, and it's over the line in front of Smith and Devonport for another boundary throw-in. Centre wing, St Kilda lead by 22 points.
Time running out for the Kangaroos. They've got to get a couple in a hurry. Coughlin. Still Coughlin. Long handball. Should sit for Winmar. Now has Lockett a chance to lead, I was going to say.
Can you believe that kick?
No. Absolutely not.
If Nicky Winmar had that 99 times over, he'd certainly do better than that one. That was an absolute shocker.
Well, he's got all the skills. He's an exciting player. Lockett injured at full forward. And there might be some doubt about him on Tuesday night now. Longmire, 2 bounces, taking advantage of Lockett's inability to run to the centre. Buckley's going to swoop on it. Still with Buckley, the 2 captains opposed there for a moment. Grant, who has been a beauty today. Hardly made an error. High ball. Low at the back. Daniels punches it on. Free kick to Chandler. Grabbed it, got rid of it in a hurry, felt the player, and then gives a little one across to Ross Smith, and Smith goes short and wide and gets it to Stevens.
Stevens doesn't quite know what to do with the ball. Now round onto the left foot, kicks it high towards centre half forward. At the back, Frawley, 2 grabs, he gets the mark, plays on, puts Pekin under pressure. Hepburn the tackler, Pekin still able to knock it to the advantage of Bowie. He gives the handball in to Daniels. Daniels could have been classified as a throw. Players allowed to go on. Bowie, another possession for the Rover. Up towards the forward pocket, mark taken by Dwyer. Looking to play on, he does so. Gives it back to Bowie. Bowie's handball to Daniels. St Kilda could get a goal out of this. Russo, Harvey, into an open goal goes Harvey, and he dobs it. Robert Harvey gets his second. 2 goals, 3 as his tally. And St Kilda...
Silly me, perhaps I meant crazy.
The recipient of the best shirt front of April was new cat Trevor Poole, compliments of Anthony Danaher. While over at Tigerland, they're more than happy just to knock each other out. Poor old Carlton hasn't had a good year, and now Jez's three-quarter time address has been cut because he can't get out onto the ground. Well, he can, eventually. One of the best tackles of April was laid on Footscray's Tony McGuinness by St Kilda speedster Dean Rice. And who said it was only the players who put their life on the line? But hang on, Darren Davies, they're your boys. And now two of the best marks of April. Magpie Doug Barwick comes from nowhere to take this ripper. And if that was a good one-hander, what about this one from Tiger Michael Mitchell? And on the subject of Michael Mitchell, who was the commentator who drew Mitchell's name out of the pre-game dinner sweep to score the first goal of the match?
Will it go through? You ripper! It's a goal! First blood to the Tigers!
Golly, Peter Landy sure was happy. And on the subject of 7 sports reporters, is it any wonder why our own Michael Roberts retired from football? Good one, Reggie. To some of the misses of April, and Demon Brett Lovett missed the ball. Saint Nathan Burke missed the mark, while Blues John Dorotich tried his best, but still missed Michael Gaither. Luckily for Greg Williams, David Rees-Jones missed him here, or should it be the other way round? Perhaps Rees was lucky. Unfortunately, something that didn't miss was Jimmy Cracker's boot and Scott Russell's head. Jacko showered us with tricks in his time, and now we know Dermy is far more than just a crack centre-half forward. And on the subject of Jacko, I wonder if Fitzroy's Darren Whelan has had a bet with him in recent times. Yes, that's what I call using your head, but then again, so is this, a la Carlton's Mill Hannah. While teammate Simon Minton Connell was on the wrong end of this Craig Kelly coat hanger. And on the subject of coat hangers, is Tim Watson asking for one here? Or maybe he's just saying, hey, have you seen my latest banana commercial? Well, Tim, I think this supporter has, and he likes it.
Yes, Ian Robertson and I will be showing some interest in the first goal kicked here this afternoon.
Scott has got the big job on Darren Bennett.
So the Swans in this first quarter kicking right to left. Ball up in the centre, umpire Rowan Saws and Gavin Dorr in charge. First kick by Greg Healy out of the middle for the Demons, up towards the 50-metre line. Bolton first back there. Gets the hand pass away well. And the Swans come out of defence over the head of Murphy. Race on for the ball here. Greg Healy going in for his second possession and will take it through a free kick for that push in the back. And off the ball, O'Dwyer has dealt with Murphy, and O'Dwyer has given away the free kick. So, Big Steve O'Dwyer making a return to the league side this week in place of Rod Grinter. Gets in the action in the first minute. Kicked by Murphy to centre-half forward. Spalding couldn't take the mark. Off hands to Yates. He's kicked towards the centre circle. Steins underneath the ball. The punch away up in the air. Comes to O'Dwyer. The hand pass wide. Carroll's back there. Phoebe. Obst. That's great movement by the Demons. And eventually Tingay up towards full forward. Offline for the first score behind.
So probably summer conditions prevailing here with the sun shining brightly. Very, very firm conditions on the ground. Kick by Scott straight towards centre half back. Melbourne mark taken by Steins. Steins, #1 ruckman in the competition at this stage of the season. The kick towards full forward in front.
Good mark.
And it's a mark to Barling for the Swans. He gets the hand pass off to Bolton. He runs into all sorts of trouble and kicks it straight back into the centre. Steins couldn't mark. Lovett taps it wide for Tingay, but chipping in is Wheeler. But Tingay with skill gains possession and kicks it back to half forward, and it's another Swans mark. Again Barling dropping back at half back. A succession of hand passes. It finishes with Bolton. Bolton's kick up towards half forward. Stretch, but it's tapped away. A real battle on now. Tunbridge couldn't quite control the football. Thrips in there. Desperate stuff by Lyon. He clears the ball close to the boundary line. O'Dwyer has just kept it in. No, he hasn't. Boundary umpire signalling that it may have just gone over by centimetres. And Terry Thripp, the crowd dressed in very, very much summer clothes at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Tunbridge, a poor kick. A scrubber into the forward pocket. Kick over the boundary line on the full by West. And the free kick will be taken. Is it touched? No, it wasn't on the full. I thought the boundary umpire indicating there that it was a free kick to Melbourne. A boundary throw in just outside 50 metres. Lyon takes possession, gets the handball to Healy. Healy goes wide. Jay Viney couldn't control the football. Oars, a good tackle there on Newport. And he's been free kicked against Stephen Newport for not moving the ball on. The Swans will take the free kick through Carroll.
Carroll puts it out in front of full forward. Fells streams out from the goal square, can't mark. Off hands to Wheeler. Left foot snap. Wasn't too far away. It was a shocking looking old kick, but through for a behind to level the scores. Young Matthew Wheeler. Kick in by Hughes. Going towards the outer side for O'Dwyer, who's got nobody near him. Uncontested mark.
Bad marking by Barling.
Kick towards the centre of the ground. Spalding still looking for our first goal of the match. Still conditions, no wind advantage. Spalding out wide, and Obst takes the mark at left half forward. Has looked very impressive in his first season of AFL football. The kick down towards the pocket. Bennett leads. Well, he's gone deep to the pocket, although the pockets here at the SCG perhaps not all that deep, and certainly within kicking distance. The accuracy is problem.
And that was good play by Spalding, because he's playing at full back. He was involved, or initiated that play, getting away from Fell, and it's finished up now with Phoebe. And it's good to see a fullback initiating play.
Well, if Stephen Phoebe kicks this, Robbo, you and I are both out of business.
Well, I just guess that our players were real rough chances, though, weren't they?
Phoebe for the first goal of the match. Distance about 20 metres. And he's offline, I think.
Well, you still live, boys.
We're alive. 2 points to 1, the Swans in front.
Yeah, well, that was a bad miss, really. I think, you know, players at this level now, he was very, very close in, and you really should make the most of your opportunities.
And Sydney playing the huddle at centre-half back.
Scott, a nice-looking kick, covers 55 metres, but a great mark taken by Tingay.
Done a lot of work on his upper body, Stephen, over the summer months. It's a credit to him.
Tingay looking further afield, but he big drop punt kick and pushing out, but it's been awarded the mark. It's Campbell's. Don, maybe a bit of body work there with players jostling. It looked to me as though he pushed him out.
Well, he's got a lot of body, hasn't he, Tony? If you look at on this mark here, he's used his body well. Enigma as far as a player is concerned, Tony.
Well, Campbell should goal for Melbourne, and he does so.
Drop punt, Brereton. Gayfer wears him, and Brereton will get a free kick.
Big job from Michael Gayfer to contain a player of this man's ability.
He's been suffering with the flu for the last couple of days, but loves the big occasion. Delights in centre stage. Just a little one. And he's got Scott.
So that was good play, because there weren't any options in the goal square. Salmon had made the lead. Brereton just too long with the ball. And there was good play eventually by Brereton to spot Scott.
He's a very good kick, but this will take his best. 45 metres out, tucked away, and it's a behind. So the big V score first, albeit a minor one.
Part of the crowd here that are braving the conditions at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Anthony Danaher preparing to kick the ball back into play for New South Wales. As we said, they were very, very pumped up. They've got absolutely nothing to lose. No one really expects them to win. The mark has been taken by Brownless. Brownless is at centre-half back, and Billy makes no mistake like he did on Friday night. He's kicked the centre-half forward, punched away. Swooping on the football is Allison. Allison's kick into the forward pocket. Could be a New South Wales mark. No, Langford punches it away, but Allison swoops on it. Allison goes for goal. The first goal. No, it's not. Just
playing the huddle
to his teammate Collins. Going to see a lot of chest marks tonight. So Collins from half-back, Ironmonger on the mark. Centre wing, Stoneham. Brownless gets into his back. Waitman. Still Waitman. Handball good to Gleeson. It'll sit. Gleeson with a little one to love it. Handball on is very good. And here's a walk-up goal for Silvani, and he puts it through.
Don, because he really didn't try to move the ball on, and it looked okay from me, Robert Scott's tackle, but used his kick up to half forward, reading it pretty well off the pack as Toohey. Toohey's kick to full forward, no mark, good punch by Langford, and it goes over for a boundary throw-in. John Longmire, the New South Wales player there, and now Michael Werner in the picture. All these players looking quite different in the Guernsey representing New South Wales. Longmire doing the ruck work against Steins. And if you can hold that big man out, you're doing pretty well. O'Donnell's on the bottom of it for Victoria. He can't break away. The umpire will come in and bounce. And already Barry Mitchell looks a bit like Al Jolson.
Michael Werner's lost his boot. And there's a little bit of traction too on that turf.
Steins at the back. Still no free kick. Steins off the ground. Werner with just the one boot. Snaps a goal and another behind. It was Graham Wright that gave the handball to Silvani, not Lovett. So that was earlier for the Big V. So it's 2 points New South Wales and 1-1. Now Langford again goes wide, looking for Morwood. A race on. Tui and Morwood. Tackling is ferocious. Wright tries to barge through, ducks his head and gets a free kick.
He does that quite a lot.
Knows this ground pretty well. To full forward, Longmire on a lead. Quick handball away by Brown was good. Left foot by Gleeson to centre half forward. Oh, Brownless does it and does it magnificently. Handball to Gafer. Comes wide to Ironmonger and gets the big fellow. He's got players running for him. Allison, not a good handball. Krasiska there, and it'll be a throw-in on centre wing.
Good strong play there by Krasiska because he was always going to put his body in where it could have been hurt. Boundary throw-in on centre wing. Football fans, they're keen all round Australia. Wright overruns it. The ball comes out the back. Brown gets his foot to the ball. It's smothered by Bolton. Chance again for Brown. Best on the ground in the state game last year at the MCG. The hand pass goes towards Wright. He can't control it. Gleeson's nifty little hand pass to Krasiska. And Krasiska goes for goal. There's no one home for Victoria. And this mark has been taken in the goal square by Anthony Danaher. Anthony Danaher's kick out wide. And the mark here has been taken by Neil Cordy. He sweeps the hand pass. Oh, danger here. Tui's well caught. Well tackled by Brown. And the hand pass goes over for a boundary throw-in.
It's very, very interesting at this stage that these guys, naturally enough, are not used to one another's style of play. Salmon's been on a couple of leads when he thought they were on, but they've completely ignored him.
Anthony Danaher, the hand pass intercepted by Gleeson to Wakeman, and Wakeman kicks an easy goal. Very easily done, Dale Wakeman.
To centre half forward body. See a lot of that tonight. Silvani, Carey, Brown, Silvani, and it'll be bounce down, throw up.
Great combination there between Silvani and Brown to negate that forward effort there by New South Wales. They were really going to get away then, but desperation by the Victorians.
Even the people from country practice, I was going to say, are out here tonight.
Well, they're keen too, eh, Bruce? The ball up by the umpire there. No one can break away. So we'll have another ball up. Umpires Dennis Rich and Chris Mitchell officiating this evening. Steins and Ironmonger. It comes out to Neil Cordy. He can't get clear. Attempted kick off the ground by Potter. Now there's an opportunity for Tui. Tui's kick across his body goes towards centre half forward. Nearly a mark there to Longmire. It's been paid against Langford, Don.
I think it was a free kick. The umpire signifying, and I agree with him, tapping the shoulder, indicating around the neck. He was in front, good positioning then by Longmire. But where I think New South Wales are going to fall down, just looking at the composition of their forward line, it's too big. They haven't got enough little fellows to get underneath the pack.
Longmire from 40 metres. Beautiful kick. New South Wales goal.
Scott might have been a bit unlucky not to get one. Ironmonger's got to bend down. Scott runs over him. Steins off the ground. Oh, good take by Danaher, but he couldn't keep his feet. And Wright's kick for goal is all right. It's through.
It's always to throw the ball in the air. It comes now to Billy Brownless. Left foot kick is quite effective. Covers about 40 metres. Overrunning it was Carey and Silvani. Mitchell also. Kick off the ground by Carey. Mark to Langford at full-back for Victoria. He goes for the hand pass. Now he's forced to kick. The kick is a bad one. Beautifully picked up by Collins. Hand pass is short. Punch goes to Allison. Allison's kick towards centre half forward. Pushing it back to Longmire. Not seen by the umpire. Terry Danaher on the bottom of the pack. Langford there. Tries to get the hand pass out. Carey again is dumped. Longmire's kick. Goes wide to Gleeson, and he gathers the ball pretty well. Goes for the safety of the boundary line, does Adrian Gleeson. Krasiska falls over, tries to get the hand pass out. It's picked up by Stevie Wright. He goes to Tui. Tui could goal from here. No, he doesn't. He kicks it to the front of the goal square. Punched away. A chance for Carey. He goals for New South Wales.
Drop punt. Brereton in the front spot. Gayfer at the back. Brownless. Off the ground in desperation. The race is on. Brown, Cordy. Still Brown and Cordy.
Interesting to see Cordy lining up in a wing. Now, Neil Cordy started his career as a wingman at Footscray. He's been playing exceptionally well this year at centre-half back for the Sydney Swans.
Stein's playing a kick behind the play. Stoneham does the ruck work. Wright did very well against Brown and then gains 15 metres for a throw-in.
He was keen there, Stevie Wright. He wasn't going to let that ball get away for Victoria.
He's been in exceptional form too in the last 3 weeks.
Terrific stuff, yep.
Best on the ground last week.
Stoneham at the back, Ironmonger in the front. Free kick to Ironmonger.
I thought the advantage could have been played then.
So coming back to Stevie Wright.
Looks like Ironmonger's moving just across towards the centre, so it could be going back to Stevie Wright, Bruce.
So at half back. Centre wing, Tui gave him the lead. Went through Potter's fingers. And again a bounce down. So not much happening just at the moment. 5 points the difference. 3-1-2-2 Victoria in front.
He's a gun player, Gavin Brown, number 1. He certainly puts his body in.
Well, the Victorians by now would know that there's going to be a real game of footy on. Kick by Morwood. Goes towards half forward. Nearly a mark to Stoneham. Play on. Scott can't break out of it. Krasiska tries to get the sweeping hand pass. Right. Kick towards Brereton. Punched away by Gayfer. Free kick to the New South Wales side. It'll go to that player, Michael Gayfer. Gayfer's in the back pocket. And he kicks the ball out towards half-back in the Ironmonger direction. The ball is gathered nicely by Collins. He can't break away. Potter's there for New South Wales. He'll kick it off the ground. And he gains about 30 metres for his side. And the ball, fortunately for New South Wales, bounces just inside the field of play. So we'll have a boundary throw in just forward of centre wing in New South Wales attacking half. John Ironmonger looks a rejuvenated player. Love it. Kick off the ground by that player. Gathered by Scott. Gives the hand pass to Wakeman. He's tackled well by Powell, the Richmond teammate. The ball comes to Brownless. He's beautifully tackled by Stoneham. The tackling is fierce. O'Donnell can't get a kick. The ball's still very, very difficult to move on. And the umpires...
Cross Bernard Tui.
He's in the middle of all of that rough stuff, isn't he, Bernard Tui?
Jerry O'Donnell not too happy with the knee being dropped on the back of the neck.
14-19, Big V lead. To half forward, Lovett, who's been very good, Bolton off the ground. Carey and Silvani, and chipping in line. Danaher with courage, and does it well. Carey, still Carey. Just a little one is effective. Powell could have nearly gone on.
Terry Danaher.
Wasn't that magnificent? Like he was beaten by Lyon then.
Powell to the goal square. And Moore should run it through, and he does. So pressure on the Big V, 3-1 to 2-3. And Don, as you suggested, O'Donnell and Collins both running with the Rovers of New South Wales. They're going to follow them all night, Mitchell and Wright, respectively.
And, yeah, Waitman ruck roving, Bruce.
So Langford on a lead with Steins out in front of Ironmonger.
He's got a little bit too much athleticism as Jimmy Steins. His kick is wide. Scott, that may have gone out on the full. Boundary umpire out there is signalling no. It's been rushed over. So we'll have a boundary throw in. A little bit of the brighter lights here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Now, opportunity for Eustace, and he breaks clear. Ball obviously still in the field of play. The kick towards full forward. No mark taken. The struggle now. O'Donnell pushes the ball in front of himself as the rain starts to fall here again at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
In the Victorian rooms too, Ian, they wanted to make mention and send a cheerio to Tony Lockett, Andrew Buse, Gary Abbott, Paul Couch and Jason Dunstall, because they would have been definite inclusions in this Victorian team tonight. So fellas, we hope you're feeling a little bit better.
Bolt looks for a free kick, not there. And again a throw in on centre wing. Swans player Stevie Wright and David Bolton. Steins and Ironmonger. Good thump on there by Potter to Powell. Powell's got some space and some time. He's drop bumped. Langford in the front spot. Werner. Frawley did pretty well there. Lovett and Werner. Still with Sydney. Longmire has had to come a long way out. Bolt, quick kick. Back to half forward. Danaher looked for a free kick. Brown did brilliantly. Lovett ended up getting it. Quick handball on from Gleeson to right. And the big V away. Salmon on a lead. Rennie's opponent under the ball. He's got a big chance to fish. Salmon off the ground, and it's a behind. 3-2-2-3, 5 points in it. Salmon's first score. Danaher to bring it back in. And it's a beauty. Right into the centre. Brother Terry. High one to half forward. Wright and Collins already having an excellent duel. Wright does splendidly, but kicks it wide, and Allison's got a chance. He's got 10 metres on Lovett. Can steady up. Go short, Longmire. Half volleys it. Keeps it in play. Might have been a mistake. Silvani. O'Donnell, and O'Donnell with some time, and he chips one across towards Stoneham.
O'Donnell's kick is short, but Stoneham gathers the ball pretty well. Gives it back to O'Donnell, back to Stoneham. Stoneham's little chip kick. Gleeson running around in circles. Now gets onto his favoured right foot. Kicks it into the pocket where Krasiska takes the mark. He's deeper than the forward pocket, Gavin Krasiska. More at half forward. The pass is OK. Brereton can't mark. Kick back by Eustace towards the half forward area where the mark is taken by Krasiska. Gavin Krasiska. Long kick by him. Up to full forward. Nearly a mark there to Cordy. It's hurried through from behind to Victoria. So the Vics 3-3 lead by a goal. New South Wales 2-3. Anthony Danaher will kick the ball back into play. And again, he doesn't mess around. He kicks it straight up the ground looking for Brother Terry. He tries to flip it onto Powell. Kick off the ground by Potter was ineffective. Picked up by Steins. The kick wide. Scott is beaten for it by Eustace. Eustace again. Kick off the ground. Good play, Mark Eustace. Oh, he just fell over. Was he tripped? He could have been. Yes, the umpire blows the whistle and the free kick will go to Mark Eustace. And he's a real goer, Mark Eustace. He's done pretty well. What you'd consider a couple of rejections, but now holding his place nicely in the Swans lineup.
Gleeson from centre wing. Bangs it back to half forwards. And an excellent mark by Salmon. Strong attack on the ball. Goal square vacant. Salmon goes to the goal square. Good kick. I think it's a goal. It is.
G'day. So the bounce back in the centre, or the ball up back in the centre. The ball is forced wide. Scott. Can he break the Bolt tackle? No. Ball comes towards Potter. O'Donnell flips it to his own advantage and then gives the hand pass to Lovett. Lovett's kicked to full forward. Salmon's there again. He's too tall. Waitman's bumped out of it by Powell. Now the New South Wales team, with desperation, forced the ball backwards. It was Filan for a rush behind to Victoria. That's their third rush behind. The Vics 4-4 plays New South Wales 2-3. And we've got steady rain falling at the Sydney Cricket Ground, making it very difficult. Brilliant mark taken by Brereton, considering the slippery ball. Plays on quickly, short pass, chipping in as Mitchell, and he takes a good mark at half-back. Barry Mitchell plays on quickly, kicks it wide, out towards the wing. Punched away by Brown. O'Donnell gathers it. Brown. Back it goes to Morwood. Morwood's kick is a shocker. And I mean a shocker because Shane Morwood usually controls the football so brilliantly. That one was a very uncustomary kick for him. Free kick to be taken by Allison in the back pocket. Allison kicks the ball 50 metres out towards the wing. Punched away. Neil Cordy dispossessed by Gleeson. Gleeson left foot, no. Left-hand hand pass. O'Donnell. O'Donnell's kick towards full forward. Steins, it's punched away. It's in the pocket. Another chance for Wakeman. He can't gather them. Oh, that's got to be a free kick, surely. Oh, he was hammered into the turf, Dale Wakeman.
And Sydney are making a change. Potter, Craig Potter coming out of the centre. Well, New South Wales making a change, and Chris Danaher coming on.
So 3 of the Danahers are out there, and when Neil comes out, they might have 4 on the field at once.
Salmon's hand on Ironmonger's shoulder.
Ironmonger to half-back. Lyon with him, Terry Danaher, and it'll be a throw-in. So New South Wales under pressure. It's 28-15, 4-4 to 2-3. Their captain, courageous Terry Danaher. It's been a spirited first quarter. Steins just gets rid of Ironmonger cleverly. O'Donnell. Ironmonger did well. Mitchell only as far as Lovett with some distance. Brereton and Krasiska. Gayfer there. Scott can almost kick a goal. It's a beautiful kick, and that's no exception right there, but Danaher back. Anthony this time goes wide. Chris Danaher there, but chipping in front of him, his teammate Powell, who's got a cut over his left eye. Handball. Puts some pressure on Bolt. Able to get back with a bit of time. Then chips a short one. Centre wing. Brownless with a thumping drop punt. Werner in the centre. Morwood. And is that out of bounds on the full? No, touched. And it'll be a throw in. This rain getting heavier. Conditions pretty tough here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Half forward flank. And New South Wales attacking.
Left half forward for New South Wales with 3 minutes left in the term. The ball comes to Gleeson. He gets the hand pass away to his Carlton teammate Silvani. Intercepted by Mitchell. The kick towards full forward. No mark taken. Langford in front. Gets his foot to the ball and kicks it wide. Opportunity for Wright. He leaves it for Lovett, who gives it to Morwood. And Morwood at half-back running up towards the wing. He kicks it in towards the centre. It'll be difficult, but Wright's got time to give the hand pass to Gleeson. Gleeson, who was best man on the ground against Hawthorn on Saturday. He's kicked towards half-forward. Now the chance. The desperate stuff is by New South Wales. Gayfer gets the hand pass to Cordy, but look at the tackle by Gavin Brown. Desperate stuff by the Victorians. It gives Brereton the chance to swing around onto the right foot. The kick slews off the side of his boot. Now the advantage is with New South Wales with 3 against 2. But the ball comes back to Brereton. He drops the slippery ball. The ball comes back to Brown. Brown onto the right foot. Kicks it towards goal. Chipping in is Anthony Danaher. He can't do much with it. And the ball goes over the back through for another behind to the here at the Sydney Cricket Ground this evening. Morris takes the mark and kicks it to full forward. It may go over the back. Longmire. Could he kick it off the ground? He may this time. He still may. In the back, surely. It's been held a bit earlier. John Longmire held perhaps the first time he went for the ball, and he's going to get the free kick, and he's covered in mud. That goal square is terrible. Maybe they're Frawley in the back, but I think the free kick was given a little
lot earlier than that, Ian.
The interesting thing there, actually Longmire kicked a goal. The goal umpire said it was touched, but it wasn't when we saw on the replay. And Longmire was insisting it was a goal, but he's got to redo it again now from a more legitimate shot.
And we saw what Tui did at the other end with the ball being very hard to handle. He's kicking for his...
and Don Scott were in Sydney. Totally different game Friday night, but Geelong was in a similar position and couldn't hold on. Victoria making a little run here at New South Wales.
Oh, their spirit will lift them too, Bruce, I think. They wouldn't want to be a Victorian side coming home from an interstate game defeated.
Oh, I've been in one, Ian. It's not a good feeling. First state of origin against Western Australia at Subiaco.
Cordy, still Cordy. Can hardly find the football in the mud. Brown with a little one. Wakeman wants a free kick.
Oh, let the game go.
Stages and gets it. So the skipper from centre half forward takes a chance. And how far can you run? Not that far, Dale. It's got to come back. Well, he doesn't like it, but it was far exceeding the limit. Just caught off balance when he took one more player on.
And Carey going off for New South Wales. Morris coming back on.
Potter wide. Terry Danaher plays the boundary line. Roberts on a lead. Oh, kept it in play. That mightn't have been wise. Could have easily bundled it out. Victoria will get away with it. Love it. Great tackle, though. Eustace with good hand skills. Love it. Got it out cleverly. Left foot. Phoebe. Right couldn't take it. Potter. Bolton. Potter, Bolton again. Brownless broke the tackle from Ayres. Chris Danaher can't get a game for Essendon. Playing a great game tonight. Free kick. It was going to be Victoria's ball through Jeff, and he's going to let the advantage play on. Goes short and drills it on Wright's chest.
The mark is taken by Wright. He elects to go straight into the centre. It's effective. The mark has been taken by Krasiska. He's right in the centre. Usually pumps it long distances. This is no exception to full forward. Nearly a mark to New South Wales to Anthony Danaher. Kick off the ground there by Stoneham. And it goes through for a behind to Victoria. Barry Stoneham, he's lifted in this last quarter. 10 points the difference. New South Wales lead. The Vics have had 25 scoring shots to 20. But it's really been the good play of the New South Wales defence that has forced the errors by the Victorian forwards. Anthony Danaher again. Look at the kick. Well outside 50 metres into the centre. And a good mark taken by Ayres. Gary Ayres. Be looking for a pass, I would think. No, he thumps it in long. Within goal-scoring distance, no mark. Eustace. Gary Lyon. Taps it out. Now Gleeson. Shot for goal by Gleeson. Is going to drop short. Powell. Good mark. Gets the hand pass out. No wasting time. Comes out to Potter. Potter's kick. Not a good one, but it's going 45, 50, 55 metres away from the New South Wales goal, where Mitchell keeps his footing and thumps the ball over for a boundary throw in on centre wing.
Mightn't have been a good kick, but very, very effective, because there were no options down the ground, and compliments to both sides. They're really playing man-on-man football now.
Ironmonger and Steins. Steins off the ground. Oh, O'Donnell's handball very good to Collins. Phoebe. Victoria mounting a challenge, trailing by just 10 points. Short. Play on call, good decision. And again, a bounce down. At centre half forward, Gleeson over the ball. And these players have given 110% tonight. Ayres, who's becoming important, but not that time. Deemed a throw, second time tonight again, important. Not a lot of time left. Goals have been hard to get. And New South Wales lead by 10 points. Right to centre wing. Morris took off early. O'Donnell just gives it across to Collins. Left foot not that far. Phoebe in the front spot will get a free kick against Powell, who can hardly see out of that left eye. If it was a title fight, I reckon they'd stop it. So Phoebe from centre wing. Thumps it to half forward. Ironmonger at the back. Tui breaks a tackle. Handball was excellent. Bolton's left foot gets some distance. Morris has got to go hard. Thumped away by Krasiska. And again a throw in with New South Wales in attack at half forward.
Well, they're doing very well so far, New South Wales. Holding up across half back and full back. Protecting a 10-point advantage with 9 minutes left. Jimmy Steins takes the ball out of the air from the ruck contest. Pushed off the football there was Eustace. Stevie Wright, Ayres gets it to Steins. Steins goes short. O'Donnell, brilliantly tackled, but somehow gets it to Brown. Brown's forced to kick quickly into the pocket. No mark taken by Gafer. Brereton the tackler. Powell is caught by Phoebe. Somehow gets the ball out. Opportunity for Stevie Wright. He's tackled. Pushed in the back.
Gee, both sides really going at it strongly. The tackling, marvellous. The commitment, marvellous.
Great game of footy in very difficult conditions. Stevie Wright with the ball at half-back. Kicks it towards centre wing. The ball drops in short. Big Jimmy Steins tries to crash his way through. Barry Mitchell takes it over. We'll have another boundary throw in. And it's still a long way away from the Victorian goal. They trail by 10 points.
It's playing into New South Wales' hands. The ball being over there, being out of bounds. Victoria got to bring it ball back into the centre and open it up.
New South Wales 5 more handballs in this term. More than 13,000 people in at the cricket ground. And they're roaring themselves hoarse. Centre wing. 85 to 75.
It'll be nothing like the roar if they're in front when the siren goes.
Ironmonger and Steins. Two big bodies and brave hearts against one another. And again they'll go. Collins.
Kick off the ground by Longmire. Comes back to Roberts. Can he kick another goal on his left foot? Oh, it's a mark. Morris. 20 metres from goal on a 45-degree angle.
The value of playing in front, that was a missed kick. It wasn't a pass.
And it looks, no, it's hit the post. Well, I don't think it'll make much difference, really, because New South Wales have got the ball deep in their forward line. There's only a minute and a half left, and Victoria need 2 goals to win. Silvani kicks the ball back in for Victoria.
Wants Steins, and the Vics have got to get clean possession. Malakalis from Brown, or Phoebe, to centre wing. Now Brown. Does very well to keep it in play. That's what they've got to do. Malakalis still running. Brereton. Bolton desperate. And a throw in. Victoria attacking, but time running out. They trail by 10 points. And we're almost into the final minute. Ironmonger to Mitchell. He gets a free kick.
Played a great game too, Barry Mitchell.
Oh, doesn't he get underneath the pack for his size?
Yep.
And he's also very competent laying strong tackles.
Mitchell from half-back. Short drop punt, wants Ironmonger. Almost right with him. Phoebe. Morwood. Right. And it'll be a bounce down. Well, it's been 65 years since New South Wales has beaten Victoria. I know they haven't played a lot in that time, but listen to that Sydney roar. 86-76. And a game that has been criticised for the last month is going to have a fairy tale ending, because New South Wales is going to be a winner at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Jeffrey, still with Jeffrey. Danaher's tackle was strong and brave, and it will be another ball down. And New South Wales are 10 points in front, and still Stevie Wright wants to argue the point. And there it is. And Teddy's face says it all. They've done it against the odds. They gave 50 points in Sydney today. This was going to be a walkover, and the Vics can't believe it. Billy Goggin and Ted Whitten look on, and New South Wales celebrates as Dale Waitman can't believe his luck, and the 13,000 stand, and John Ironmonger and John Longmire and the rest of the heroes have made a name for themselves tonight on the SCG. They'll talk about this for a long time to come. The final scores, 13-8-86 to 10-16-76.
Back in TV in their glory days.
I certainly hope so. I remember watching the Dandenong players, and particularly, I suppose, Dandenong and Port play a lot of times when I was younger. After World of Sport, that was the tradition. But I certainly hope that we can provide a good match for the public today.
Well, here we are coming into round 6, and you're 4-1. I suppose before the season started, you would have quite happily taken that.
Yeah, most certainly. I suppose our theme all the way through has been to be fiercely competitive, and so far we've been that. I think probably last week, maybe for a quarter or so, that we weren't that, and Springvale, being an experienced side, made us pay. But hopefully today we're going to play 100 minutes of football.
And the Williamstown get it forward to Aziz. He was bundled down. Play on is the call. As Ross Booth said, the Redlegs are a very competitive side, but Williamstown come out firing. Back in board from Gould. Tackle was okay, and both sides throwing themselves in, and that was a hallmark of the reserves game, which got quite fiery at times before Williamstown stormed home to win that one. This one, I think, is going to be following a similar sort of pattern. Green doing the ruck work today for Dandenong, and he takes the ball back. Hands off to Mackenzie, rather, the two Macs, both in state selection lineup, as Dennis Knight gets the ball across, and away goes Scott Gilder. So Dandenong to half forward, where Owen intercepts for Williamstown. Now it's Howlett. He's also in the state selectors thinking, coming up to the game in Canberra on the 10th of June. That's Owen who takes the ball over the boundary line. So Phil Cleary, you would have seen a few of the likely prospects from this game at state training. 3 players from each side in your squad.
Yes, they look quite good too. And Mackenzie's a big, strong boy. Good grab. Took a lot of marks last week against Springvale.
Gould's handball intercepted, but good bullocking work done there by Marcus O'Connor, who's come in today. Howlett goes the punch. No room for Owen. Pressure on him from Knight.
He has a big job, Mackenzie. Sam, they're picking up Jack Aziz at centre-half back. Aziz at centre-half forward for Williamstown, number 28. Be a good contest.
Round doing the ruck work against Darren Burke. 2 Darren Burkes in the team for Dandenong, no relation. Could have been a trip, it is. Free kick for Carls Boral, who was named on interchange. Plenty of players streaming downfield. Went in the direction of Nick Murray. Kicked 6 goals in the opening match of the season. Good tackle put on him there. And a throw in the forward pocket for Dandenong.
I just get the feeling that this game's going to go right to the wire, Peter.
Well, it's a big test for Willie. They're just struggling a bit at the minute, Sam.
Round against Burke. Here's Elshaw. I think was trying to handball it before he had possession, but good pressure put onto the Dandenong captain coach there by Marcus O'Connor there with the ponytail. And he's breathing deeply already because he's really come out firing in the opening 2.5 minutes. Nowhere for Knight to go. Zboral tapping across to Elshaw. First score comes up on 3 minutes behind to the Redlegs.
When you consider, Phil, they've been forced to revamp their side because they came out of last week's game against Springvale with a number of injuries, notably to Brady at centre-half back, Marshall, and also Lacko, who's been a good player for them all year. So as a consequence, they've got Mackenzie at full-back, at centre-half back, I should say.
Indeed.
But speaks volumes for the depth and the way the club got themselves back into being a competitive force.
Troy Mitchell putting in a good tackle there.
Yes, and I do really remember the old Dandenong jump in the 70s. It was pretty fierce sight.
Ball taken away by McCormick. Wrestled it clear. Bounced nicely for Atkinson. And McTaggart. He's in the state squad as well.
Had a fine season, Peter, hasn't he?
Yes, we've seen him play some good games as Swan. Good play, back to Howlett. And away goes Andrew Howlett, running from Swan. Going down the Norm Goss stand wing to half forward. Almost a mark there for Mackenzie. Johnson. Bit of shepherding there by Hill. He threw the ball out. What's the decision? A high tackle on him.
It was somewhat high, Peter.
Jason Hill for Dandenong.
Now the Redlegs into the middle. Nelson the Fest away. And coming through is Atkinson, who played last week against Springvale. The kick going the other way. Up towards Morney. Oh, dropped an easy one. And at the back is Hill once more. Clearing wide, McCormack leading in the race, but I think the boundary line will beat him.
There's a lot of similarities between Dandenong season 1990 and the Dandenong of old, Phil, isn't there? That determined, desperate approach they have to their game.
2:37, Zboral for Dandenong, Mitchell for Williamstown. The throw-in. There's Big Barry round in there. Going in low is Zboral. Now this is Sean Mullane, commonly known as Molly. That looked like a throw from Owen. The umpire thought so.
He's a rugby fan, Alan Owen, telling me before the game that he looks forward to our Sunday 5 o'clock rugby show. Well, that was a forward pass also, so we would have been pinged in rugby as well.
And there's a 50-metre penalty. Marcus O'Connor thinking the free kick was for Williamstown's throwing the ball back to the Williamstown player, and in fact, it wasn't to be, and it could cost them a goal. So the 50-metre penalty's really devastating.
Umpires today, Gary Forster and Graham Fallett. This is Knight for Dandenong. Breeze gets hold of that just at the last moment. Through for a behind. Dennis Knight, who came to the club from South Launceston.
Well, he can the movie, but he thought the cast was all right.
Nilsson off to O'Connor. And back they go. Owen, who's ruck roving today, seems to enjoy a bit of freedom. Good fist away by Green. McTaggart
Great shepherding Barry Round there.
Nilsson puts it out in front of Pastore at half forward. Looking good are the Towns. Oh, Howlett left it behind, let in Dandenong, but they've given it back to Nick DiMartino out to Swat. Oh, cleverly done with the one hand. A long bone looking for Morney. Fisted away by Hill. That's a good punch. And it's tight in this early stages. Dandenong run the ball well, but good pressure by the Williamstown forwards. They'll feed it out. McCormack on the outside of his right foot, a la Crystal Palace.
United go with the winners. Wicks. Always for Murray. And Lloyd quite content to see it hit the behind post. So we're left to get our opening goal after 7 minutes of play. All the scoring down at the Dandenong end, all behinds.
No real flow in the game yet.
Round is the target here against Green. Roving Swan. No, it's Matt Johnson. A little blonder than I remember him. Punch away there by Morney. He's amongst a host of redlegs and could have been nearly on the full.
It was on the full, Peter. Whether it's paid or not, yes.
Yes, against Mackenzie. So Bruce Morney squares the ball towards McTaggart, who'd come down. Is that called a throw? No, advantage is now played. There's been a lot of confusion over the advantage of late. Burke got the handball out.
Yeah, that
Could be the free kick here for Murray. No, the other way around.
He's in good form, Simon Lloyd. Came from Carlton thirds, a great competitor.
He chips it to Nilsson. And Lloyd, the former Carlton under-19 captain, and under scrutiny by the selectors, so I understand, for the state team.
They look good, Dandenong, Phil, don't they? I don't know whether it's that navy blue trim, but players look great in the uniform, and they're well they're muscled up well. And they really look a well-balanced side, Dandenong. Very quick.
Third out by a bauble to Mackenzie off the ball. You can see a bit of a push and a shove. He's a tough competitor, is that boy. Up towards Murray with Lloyd. Lloyd does well. Murray fights on the full forward.
Making a lot of errors, Sam. You've got no real sort of system at the present time. Probably just mistakes.
Well, they are, but then again, you've got to give credit to both sides, I guess, because the game is very desperate and both sides are attacking the ball fiercely. Here on screen, some of the highlights. That was an excellent goal, and I even mentioned then by Dennis Knight that the bulk of the scoring from Dandenong will arrive in this fashion because they really do lack some marking power up front. Now, I thought that quarter they squandered a number of opportunities because of that very fact. Well, here we see on screen Paul McCormack, quite a good player.
They've been the superior side, no doubt about it, the first quarter.
And some poor marking by Williamstown on a few occasions, and they're quite happy, I think, at quarter time to be within 2 points of Dandenong, who got those 2 early goals, but Williamstown fought hard and got back into the contest. And I thought Marcus O'Connor battled very well. Alan Owen, some nice things, but I think Brett McTaggart really showed them something, didn't he?
My word.
And Barry Round kicking the goal, and it gave all Williamstown fans heart failure for a little while, but that's nothing unusual for Barry. I wonder if Ross Booth has been listening to Barry Round at quarter time.
I had a brief listen to the end, Peter, but I spent most of the time with Tony Elshaw, who says that
Williamstown pretty well. Did you see signs in the last part of that second quarter that they were getting back to?
I think so, Peter. I think both coaches would be a bit disappointed. I think Barry would be disappointed. The side just has lacked system and is struggling a little bit in the key position areas. It's not the fluent Williamstown side that we've been used to in the last couple of years.
Pastore gave them something to aim at, didn't he?
Yes, and McTaggart, of course, was very important.
Well, Tony Pastore kicking that goal, a very educated kick at goal there. Jack Aziz also sort of began to give them something.
Sorry, did I sound sanctimonious?
No, not at all. VFA cage filled clear with their comments. Cleared by Gould. That's a long bomb into the vacant centre region. Out comes Marshall, leading Burris. Marshall thumps it back. Big pack of players, Mackenzie the leaper. There's Green, the 2 big men there in the square, but the little men of Williamstown are going to clear it. And one of those is O'Connor. Mackenzie lays a hard tackle, and it's a free kick.
Not good free to give away. Poor tackle.
Over enthusiastic.
Bit frustrated, I suspect, Ross.
O'Connor goes to Barry Round. The go-to man has to go defensive. Thiele's handball went to Burke. Elshaw. Squaring kick. And Howlett played a sterling game. That's why Phil Cleary has him in his VFA squad.
Just takes a punt with those marks, though, from behind.
Could have undone his selection chances there. Zborrell's handball, a one-handed handball. Snap is there. Goal for Wicks. No, glanced the post. Must have just hit that padding.
Must have grazed it.
There's the Port Melbourne boys watching on there. This will give us a perfect view of it. Oh, yes. Almost hit the goal umpire hiding behind the big upright. And here he is, a long way up from goal again. He goes on very long leads, John Boris. He's on centre wing as he finds Gould. Told to run. Howlett's down on half forward. Lovely little round the corner kick finds Troy Mitchell.
Yeah, it's all very well being a big flyer, Sam, isn't it? But, you know, you've got to be working on the ground as well. And
well, you've got to be instructed, Phil, to have the numbers at the base of the...
Well, Mackenzie's a big flyer, but, you know, the game is more than just flying for big marks.
Pastore. A streaming pass for a handball.
In a bit closer.
I talked about John Boris leading a long way out from goal. He's dragged a lot of defenders with him, and it's left space, Sam, for the likes of Morney.
I don't think it's. I think it's been a preconceived ploy by Williamstown. I think it's been a very good move to have Burris, and not only that, but on that occasion he can kick the ball very, long distances, which is an added bonus. And I think in that quarter he really showed something that, he could really fit the bill as being Williamstown's full forward. There we see on screen Knight kicking a very intelligent goal after indiscretion by Troy Mitchell. Howlett playing a superb game at centre half back, and he's a very intelligent guy. Howlett, a very intelligent player. And there, Burris. The tall arms, strong overhead, vice-like grip, and this is another long goal. Every bit of 50 metres.
You might have to replace Shane Ellis's picture on your bed with his.
No, Shane's back still in vogue. Don't worry about that. But the guy that I really believe has changed the trend of this game is Sleverson. He really was the catalyst that binded Williamstown together at the centre bounce area and gave them some run and spark. He had some 10 possessions, and he did the hard things very well.
Yeah, they did look a little bit on the slow side, and they weren't getting enough of their ball under the packs. And yeah, he's he's an experienced player.
That's another goal for Knight. Second of the term, but
did very well. I don't think there's a great deal in it. The ruck duels have been quite even. I think Green's doing well with Round. I think this guy's played a super game, Marshall. Elshaw's tried hard, although I'd like to see...
Here's Ricky Sleverson, number 31. Watch this.
Piece of play.
And the Shepherd to finish it off. That's good football. You often miss those things, and they don't look brilliant, but they're so effective. And lift the side, too.
Troy Mitchell, and Mornay comes out. Marks well out in front. And they did make a couple of positional changes, which I think they should have made a bit earlier, but in an endeavour to...
Wasn't as effective as they thought. Maybe if they can run it through the middle and drive a few long ones to him within range, could make the difference. Time will tell. So a bit of height advantage on Simon Lloyd, who's kicking out now.
24 points the difference, not insurmountable by any means. Nilsson. Almost another good mark for Murray Nilsson. Battles well on the ground. Marcus O'Connor tried hard all day. Atkinson holds him up nicely. Wicks. Elshaw. One out duel. Mackenzie front position. Lloyd didn't really clear it as far as he would have liked, I think. Zborrell gets away from Howlett with ease. Mead has to be quick. Is he accurate? No, very difficult there on the right foot to even bring up a score, and he hasn't.
That's it.
We're in for a very good last quarter here. They won't give up, Dandenong. We've seen that in the opening 5 rounds of the season.
They need a goal early, Peter.
In comes McTaggart. Brett McTaggart, good 4 quarters player, has been all season. And Pastore also played a good game. Boris against 2. Ball was definitely over the boundary line. .24 points is the lead for Williamstown. McTaggart flies again. Boris, you heard it flick off fingers. Morney. Kick off the ground from Aziz. The ricochet goes to who? Hill couldn't gather it. Aziz. It's too long for McTaggart. Atkinson uses the body well. And away goes Dandenong through Marshall. Swan matching strides with him.
No.
Howlett bouncing it back. Swan. Marshall came at him at a rate of knots.
Just struggling a little bit these days, Billy Swan, I think, Sam.
I don't think he's well, Peter, Phil. I really don't. Just looks a little bit lethargic and drained.
Then, well, he's had the hamstring problems.
Yes. Been a great player, Swan.
Here's the other veteran, Barry Round. Swan got a hand on it, but Atkinson throws it forward. Play on the call from the umpire. Gilda shrugged a tackle, got it across there to Darren Burke. Lloyd doing well, roving from Knight. Bounced up in the end to Thiele, and he has failed to score also.
They do everything well apart from the finishing off, don't they?
It was Wicks, in fact.
Well, it was an inexperienced sort of kick in the finish when he had a little bit of time to steady, and there's no point just throwing it on the boot and slamming it.
Nelson flies. Mitchell roves. And there's Boris. Over cleverly by Pastore to Mitchell. Under pressure, gets his kick in the direction of Aziz. Tackled by Murray, it's good. And over the line. There's Nick Murray, full forward. The regular full forward moved into defence.
They're a pretty versatile team all round, Dandenong, aren't they? Got a lot of similar-sized players.
Of course, they're missing Craig Brady, one of their taller men, who has a depressed fracture of the cheekbone. That
See, Lacko's kicked a number of goals for them too, Ross.
Just upset the balance a little bit, I think, losing Brady. Two of the key positions have struggled a bit, centre half back, centre half forward.
And also missing their prime rover, Darren Reid, the left footer. So a bit of pace around the packs. But still, Willie have got players out too. There's Green. How could he get rid of that? Well, the umpire says no way.
On that, Ross, we'll find out from Phil and Sam. Can you remember a season when there have been so many injuries, so widespread through football in all leagues?
No.
Or are we imagining it?
Well, no, there are a number of high percentage of injuries, in particular knee injuries, and injuries to do with stress on the legs, and there's a very good reason for, obviously, the pace of the game. You know.
Yes, you can read about it in the Sunday Herald. Actually, done a little bit on what's on knees, actually, and what we can do about it.
Are you willing to give us a little sneak preview?
Well, my suggestion is that one of the problems, you got too many players on the ground now. The amount of area they cover.
Yes, well, it's a promising forward move. We'll find out from Phil about that. Spread wide by DiMartino to Mitchell. Pastore the target. Tony Pastore with poise. He looked up for somebody and kicked the goal.
Sign of a good player. All the time in the world, Peter, didn't he?
Into the forward pocket to Burke. Through his fingers.
Knock it out, knock it out.
Howlett goes down. Burke feeds it out. Elshaw quickly onto the boot and pops it through. His first goal. And a late one, but 34 possessions to Tony Elshaw. Gee, it's hard to recollect all those possessions. He just...
Well, most of them have been kicks around the midfield on the wing, fed out, and, you know, where he's just set up a goal.
That's a beautiful long goal, too. Bit of an inspirational one, that one. Captain coach involved. Got Leesburn. Twice thumps it out of the middle. Here's Heath Mead. A little bit...
On to centre half forward. Mackenzie back with Howlett. Who's got the strength? They both go underneath it. Burke feeds it out, lining them up and putting it through as Wicks. And the margin down to 9, 11, 10 points.
On high, but his head did duck a little bit. He's holding the ball.
How could he get rid of that?
He couldn't get rid of it, but I agree that it wasn't a free kick for a high tackle. What do you reckon? He's ducked his head.
He's been penalised for holding the ball.
Yeah, I agree. That's a bad one. But this one, watch this. A lot of Dandenong supporters might think it was a free kick, but he did duck it.
I think the culprit was Atkinson earlier, going out wide when he should have been direct.
Cots is caught. Round, desperate times call for desperate measures, and he's got it up there. Boris's handball. Back from O'Connor. Boris to the edge of the goal square. Desperate defence there from McCormick. Well, Mitchell and Morney got in one another's way. Elshaw. And away go Dandenong. Open spaces over on this.
Great defensive play.
And away goes Murray. Who'll double back the quicker? Good work by Lloyd there. He held off Burke, and Zaboril couldn't get in time. Yes, that was good play from the fullback, wasn't it, Sam?
Superb. Wouldn't a goal here make the game very exciting?
Hill put his body in there, and
yes,
he paid the penalty.
I think Marshall got a knee right in his backside, I would think, Sam. Be very painful.
They do tickle around that area, that region, Phil.
Tickle's not the right word, Sam.
I haven't really been tickled there, but there he is.
Limping off Jason Hill. And the ball out on the full, in the forward pocket. 23 and a half minutes. And Andrew Johns from Box Hill is playing over the stirred. You believe he's going quite well?
Yeah, he is. He's playing in the centre there, so he's getting a fair gun. He's been playing really well, so yeah.
So you're glad you've made the move over there. Are you living up in Elizabeth?
Yeah, I am actually. In a way, I'm glad I'm there, but I mean, I miss the place there, I miss all the boys, and just see what happens. Maybe next year I'll be back.
I suppose you wanted to get out in the ground at half-time. It was a bit scrappy till half-time, wasn't it?
Actually, driving up here, I was a bit nervous. I kept thinking I was playing, so I think it's just like that every weekend. You get a bit nervous. It's in the stomach.
Now, why are you over here this weekend? You injured?
No, the Vics were meant to play the South Aussies this weekend, and the weekend was left open for that game.
16 points. Izard and Harvey. Harvey did it, and did it beautifully. Madden. Marked free kick, take your pick. 333 games. Been a wonderful player. Anderson did well against Winmar. And gets some distance to fall forward. Kransberg at the back. Pekin, who's been excellent, as Ian Robertson said. Thompson following his man down. Kick's not bad. Not bad at all. Very good. Wrong side of the body. 10-10 to 12-8. And no wonder the Bomber is having a smile.
Well, goal of the day by Mark Thompson. Natural left footer. And pinned in against the boundary line. Forced to kick with the right foot. As much as kicking it accurately, he also got good distance with that kick and put it through for Essendon's 10th goal. St Kilda by 10 points. 80 plays 70. Madden again. Now McMullen. All confidence. One bounce. Round onto the right foot. Kick for goal by McMullen. Good distance. A little bit too much distance in the finish. Out of bounds on the full in the right forward pocket. Taylor to kick in. Van der Haar on the mark. Taylor's kick goes outside 50 metres. Madden at the back, nearly paid the mark. Devonport, good hand pass. Gives Coughlin the opportunity to run onto it. Ball sits. Izard, good play by Izard. Kick it, can't quite keep his footing. He's held. Too high, says the umpire. Kick it, now called to play on. Danaher's short kick finds Long, and his pace, he runs away, gives the hand pass to O'Donnell. He'll be run down, but he gets the hand pass wider. Anthony Danaher, Bowie there. Anthony Danaher goes back to O'Brien. O'Brien's kick into the pocket. Too far for Manning. And his tap goes over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in about 35 to 40 metres around from the Essendon goal. Manning, of course, an ex-St Kilda player. Between stints at St Kilda and Essendon, played it back in Ballarat. Advantage paid. St Kilda get away with it. The kick came from Taylor, up towards half forward. Nearly a St Kilda mark to low. Ball comes to Nixon. Is this goal number 4 for Nixon? No, it's not. He misses badly in the finish. 3 goals, 1 to that player. Saints 12-9, Essendon 10-10.
Walsh to Terry Danaher. Good kick to centre wing Van der Haar. Some experience there. O'Donnell. No free kick. Watson and Arnold. O'Donnell did the body work well against Taylor. Thompson. Kick it. It's a very long kick when he gets onto one. And look at that. He has put it through. sensational. 11-10 to 12-9. And Ian Robertson, if anything can lift a side, surely that might.
Well, I'm sure that you feel inspired, Bruce, by that passage of play, because out here on the wing, before it was centred and finished up with Kickett, it was still in a 50-50 situation. St Kilda were in with a chance to take it away. Essendon persevered. They eventually got it to Kickett, who had a bit of space, made a little bit of room for himself again, and what a great kick. St Kilda by 5 points. Madden, who's knocked up getting the knockouts. Izard, he'll be caught. He's run down. Hamilton can't break clear. Taylor's back. Dargie's under pressure. Watson, shot for goal is a goal. Great kick by Watson. He's kicked his third. And all of a sudden, Essendon have hit the front. 12-10 to 12-9.
What a magnificent game this is. It's been frantic all day. Both teams have had runs of 5 to 10 minutes where they've dominated. Watson was quick enough and clever enough to put it onto his boot, and through it went again. 82 to 81. 12-10 to 12-9. Now it's St Kilda's turn to stand firm. Danaher. Jeffrey. They played against one another in the interstate game on Tuesday. Low. Oh, he's good, isn't he? Yes, pay it. Stuart Lowe. Marked by Grenville. So, Craig O'Brien, I should say, from centre-half back. O'Brien with a drop punt. Cransberg in the front spot.
Good mark.
McMullen, who's provided a lot of run to Danaher. Van der Haar and Arnold. Manning. Don't tell me it's another one. Yes, he's put it through. 13-10 to 12-9. And Ian Robertson, how many goals of the day can we have?
If this is football of the 90s, Bruce, I want to keep watching footy. I tell you what, this is great stuff. I think people, this is what Australian rules football is all about. The skills, the running of the football. It goes up and down the ground in seconds. And when it's finished off by kicks like that, I tell you what, it's a joy to watch. Fantastic kick by Andrew Manning. The Bombers bounce back. They lead by 7 points. Got a chance to get it out of this centre again, but this time it's Winmar. Hand pass doesn't quite go far enough. Anderson, left foot kick. Daniels can't mark. He's able to get back. Thompson, desperate. Looks as though he's playing in the centre. Izard's kick is smothered. Gets it to O'Donnell. Wide and long. Long into an open goal. Hand pass over the top. Another goal, Manning. Kicks it out of the ground. Bowie's run onto it. Brilliant knockout by the St Kilda ruckman. Thompson was there to down Bowie as he kicked the ball, and it was good enough because Bowie's kick then fell short, and Van der Haar took the mark at half-back for Essendon. Paul Van der Haar, who struggled up forward, but has had 2 opportunities to repel St Kilda forward moves. The kick is a good one by Van der Haar. High flyers on centre wing. O'Donnell can't get rid of the ball. Pekin gets the hand pass back to Arnold, back to Jeffrey, eventually with Frawley, and Frawley's able to kick the Saints into attack. Up towards half forward, no mark taken. Opportunity for Nixon. His kick falls short. Danaher's high ball in towards the centre. Daniels and Manning. Bowie. Oh, he's too slow. Gets the kick away. Danaher's back there. He's pushed off it by Winmar. It could be penalised. Umpire lets play go on. Still the ball at half forward. Now it comes away through Walsh, and he gets the hand pass wider to Izard. Izard's kick to the wing. Essendon player on his own is Thompson. Jeffrey a little late on the scene. The kick falls short, and the mark taken by Long. He plays on quickly. The little chip, Watson, takes the mark. It's paid. Essendon fans looking for the 50-metre penalty. But it's not given. And Watson, well, I'd reckon Bruce, he'd be a chance to kick it from there. He's about 40 metres out. Not far wide of centre half forward, and Timmy Watson. I dipped my lid. With his 18th kick and his 29th possession, Tim Watson kicks his 4th goal. He's kicked 4 goals for and led from the front. Well, terrific play there. And Michael Long always looking to give the ball to the advantage of a teammate, whether it be out in front with the bouncing ball, giving the player a chance to run onto it, a short chip pass, that was perfect, and Watson's great kick.
102 to 88. Harding and Madden. Bowie, quick kick to centre half forward. O'Brien misses it. Harvey, who's been excellent all day. Left foot round his body. Low back there, free kick against Low to Walsh, allowed to play on. Vanderhaar. Ambidextrous. Not a good kick. Just spoiled it in the end. Bowie forced to play on, but gets some distance with his left foot. Thumped away from the Bombers. Harvey caught by Kickett. Jeffrey, round his body, only as far as Terry Danaher to Kransberg, who was very good in the 3rd quarter. Spawn, who's had a very quiet afternoon. Harding caught by Watson. Anderson and Jeffrey, and it will be a ball up. 102 to 88. Dark clouds overhead. Umpires have let it go all day. I reckon they've done a good job. A lot of Essendon fans were hot on them early. Beacon. Jeffrey conceding. Now play on. Back to the centre. Frawley in the front spot. He's playing up the ground by the look of it. Kransberg. Kickett and Coughlin. Off the ground by Terry Danaher. O'Donnell and Burke. Burke does well. Not a good kick. Kitschke late lumbers after it. Vanderhaar's got him with a good tackle. Can't get around Korkamilis. Still Korkamilis. Still Korkamilis. Left foot. Good kick. Magnificent kick. What a goal. 15-12 to 14-10. And Spiro kicks his 2nd, and they've both been very good.
Well, Bruce, I think you mentioned at 3/4 time that Spiro Korkamilis looks as though he's moving in slow motion. But by golly, what a wonderful piece of football there by number 28 for St Kilda to kick his 2nd goal. Firstly, to dispossess Vanderhaar, who'd done a great job to at least get control of the football, and then to kick that goal. Saints aren't out of it. Madden, oh, overrunning it was Arnold. Anderson, sweeping handball. Izard, back it goes to Thompson. He shrugs the tackle. Hand pass wider to Anthony Danaher. Left foot shot by that player. Essendon marked along. I don't know whether you call that good fortune, but Anthony Danaher, really, I expected him to kick the goal, but Long probably will now. Oh, shocker. Absolute shocker, Michael Long. Oh, I don't know how you explain that. Anyway, he's missed. 15-13 to 14-10.
I'm not going to try and help you.
David Grant kicks it into the members' side. Pekin can't mark. Good punch back. Harvey swoops on it. He'll be caught. No, he won't. Back to Grant. Grant gains 50 metres. Wide to the wing. Punched away by Nixon. Picked up by Thompson. Back to Danaher. The kick in the Madden direction. Up over the top. Now it goes back. Dargy. His kick is smothered. It's kept in. Manning. Anderson into an open goal. Makes a certainty of it. Greg Anderson gets his first. And the Bombers They lead by 15 points. Well, again, good play out here at half-back. St Kilda looked a real chance to clear the ball, but Essendon showing tremendous persistence, keeping the ball in their goal area. Manning to Anderson.
16-13 to 14-10. Harding and Madden. Kickett's ball was smothered. Lowy to Lowe. Pekin to Frawley. Goes wide. Kitschke's going to be outnumbered. Walsh with him. And it'll be a throw-in. Well, we've said it a few times, but it's been high excitement at Windy Hill today. Not one for the faint heart. You wouldn't get 2 hours of better entertainment than you've had here today. It's been brilliant. Van der Haar looks for a free kick, and he gets it. There was a little nudge there, but he helped it along.
He's done pretty well in the opening part of this quarter, Van der Haar, back there at centre half back.
Drop punt to centre wing. Pekin underneath it. Been an excellent player. Got about 18 handballs today. Low, strong kick. Walsh underneath it with Kitschke. Van der Haar back there, Korkamillis, and again a throw in.
Actually, Van der Haar is probably playing in the back pocket, minding Kitschke. Sheedy obviously a little concerned with the marking power of that player. A little slow when the ball hits the ground.
Van der Haar does the ruck work with Kitschke. Kitschke takes it out of there and kicks a goal. Oh, no, I was going to say almost kicks a goal. Walsh has got it. Bowie kicks the goal. And that's his 5th. They just keep coming back. 16-13 to 15-10.
Madden tries to get the ball out. Pekin in there. Frawley gathers the ball. He's dumped. And it's in the back, according to umpire Russo. He was a lot closer to it than me. Frawley sweeping hand pass. Goes wide. Harding gives the hand pass in turn to Jeffrey. He runs past Spawn, and Jeffrey thumps it towards goal. A marking contest. It's an Essendon mark. It's a beauty. The free kick maybe is no. Terry Danaher looking up, but he's been awarded a mark, and it was a great mark. Kick wide. Oh, no one there. St Kilda through Harvey. Get the hand pass. No. Kransberg finishes up with Izard. Essendon get out of trouble. Izard's long kick back towards a vacant wing. Daniels gets the hand pass back to Arnold. He gets away from Anderson. Arnold's left foot kick towards half forward. No mark taken. Grenvold's well caught by Bowie. He could be penalised. No, he's not. No chance to get rid of it, according to umpire Carey. So he will bounce the ball just outside 50 metres. We're staring a great finish in the face here at Windy Hill. Manning gets a thump away. Daniels just gets his hand pass. Oh, Spawn's got it. Gets past Winmar. Off to Hamilton. Essendon into attack. Hamilton's kick short. Mark taken by Dargy. And he had the presence of mind, Ian Dargy, to turn around and face that football. He kicks St Kilda back into attack. A good long kick to half forward. No mark. Ball finishes with Coughlin. He can't break out. Danaher sweeping. Terry to Anthony. He's getting back onto the favoured right foot. Kicking towards the centre. Mark to Manning. And Essendon will go into attack. Andrew Manning tries to get the hand pass away to Izard. Izard to full forward. Madden. I'll tell you what, if he held that, I'm a surprised person. Simon Madden's 9th mark. Yet to kick a goal. Well, there's no better man in the Essendon side, I don't think. Maybe Timmy Watson. But this guy's pretty reliable. Tight situation. Simon Madden from 30 metres. Drop punt kick. Looks pretty good. It's home. Simon Madden kicks his first. And a very, very important goal for Essendon. And the good kick came in from Izard to give Madden the chance to at least reach out in front of his body. A long, long way away from the St Kilda defenders. And it's very difficult to get past the huge frame of Simon Madden.
15 points of difference. 17-13 to 15-10. Harding tries to bundle it forward. Still Harding tries to crash his way through. And as they've done all day, umpires Russo and Kerry let it go for a bit in the middle. Give them an opportunity. And it'll be a baller. Madden and Harding. Well, we've said it a number of times, but the Saints have got to get the next one to have some pressure. Winmar. High one. Kitschke and Walsh. Kransberg. Well done. He's got good skill. On his wrong side. Harding underneath it. Could have almost taken the mark. Pekin. Thompson. Winmar tries to go through. Izard. Good tackle on him by Pekin. And it'll be a baller.
So often you see players like Tim Pekin give the free kick away there, Bruce, and in a tight situation that really was a well-applied tackle.
31 touches for Izard. Well, Madden just gets rid of Harding. Thompson gets some distance on his right leg. Grant getting underneath it. Arnold and Grant went together. Jeffrey, Anderson. Well done by Arnold. Watson. Danaher is a long kick, and that is a beauty. Look at that. 18-13 to 15-10.
Well, I think Essendon's teamwork there was certainly obvious, with Anderson showing good work at ground level. Given some physical assistance by Watson, they both knew that there was a player about to take possession if they could only get the ball out to him. It turned out to be Anthony Danaher, and what a beautiful kick by that player to register Essendon's 18th goal. Coughlin gets the ball out for St Kilda. Up towards half forward. Harvey. Oh, great gather by that player. Short kick. He spotted a player. It's Nixon. And Nixon takes the mark 40 metres from goal. He's kicked 3. So his performance has been creditable. St Kilda badly need this one. Trail by 21 points. Nixon. Lovely shot. Oh no, the goal umpire moves across. No, it's there. Okay, Nixon's 4th goal. And still the Saints hang in. The fans, I would think that they were, whoever was here at the start would be still here now. Nixon, Harvey gathering the ball at half forward. Good vision and a nice little kick. Found Nixon 40 metres from goal. He made no mistake to kick his 4th.
15 points of difference, 121 to 106. Madden and Harding. Madden again, who's played wonderfully well. Manning's handball. Dargy did well. Winmar, Jeffrey, round his body, good. Centre wing. O'Donnell and Bowie. Good tackle by Bowie and good pressure there. O'Donnell doing the right thing and a throw in. Still there's some fight in this game yet. A long way from over. 121 to 106. Harding and Madden. Nothing happening for the moment. Grenvold. Manning. Harding, well done. To Coughlin. One bounce. Short. Good kick. Kitschke. Now, this could test him. He's about 40 metres out, 35 to 40 by the time he kicks it.
I thought Coughlin may have carried the ball a little bit further, Bruce, because he had 2 or 3 players, left and right, to give the hand pass to running into goal rather than Kitschke having a deliberate shot. But let's see what happens.
Drop punt, good timing, straight through the middle. No trouble at all. 17-10, 18-13. Suddenly a deadlock. No one can kick a goal. And how important the next one is. Izard. Dargy and Long. Anderson. Grant, who has high skill and he needs every bit of it. Pekin flies in the middle. Bowie, who's been excellent with 5 goals. Strong kick to centre half forward. Low is the target.
Oh, what a magnificent mark.
Fantastic. Went to play on. Now goes to the goal square. Kitschke. Oh, gee, one hand Kitschke. And went through for a behind. Superb mark by Lowe. It really was determination plus. He came from nowhere to do that. He was out of it and yet made it. Winmar, can they get a lift out of him? O'Donnell to himself. Not a particularly good kick. Lowe, who's been excellent. Handball very good. One bounce. And again by Burke to centre half forward. Big pack fly. Nixon and kick it. Walsh caught. Thompson. Izard. Bowie hassles him out of it for a moment. They swoop on Bowie.
Gee, he was a bit stiff, Bowie, I reckon, Bruce. Maybe because he's such a small player and he's built close to the ground. The umpire maybe feeling that he was off balance when he was going down, but gee, he was a bit stiff. 5 minutes left. Essendon lead by 8 points. Madden up over the top. Hamilton can't get away. Terry Danaher somehow threads his way through. The high kick, close to the boundary line on that outer side. Nearly the mark to Manning. Jeffrey overruns it. Ball comes back to Kransberg. He's dispossessed. Still St Kilda will not give in. Coughlin gets his foot to the ball, kicks it back in towards the centre. Bowie can't mark. It comes to the back. Dargy somehow holds it in. Frawley. Oh, Bowie. Can he get the ball wider? Frawley crashes his way through. Strong play by the captain. Up towards half forward. Essendon mark. And the veterans got back there and filled in the hole. Simon Madden, what a good mark. Taking some precious seconds to sum it up. And he kicks it wide. O'Donnell has made position. The hand pass. Terry Danaher, you could be caught. He is. He gets the hand pass away. Oh, Devonport. O'Donnell was there. And a good pass finds the captain, Timmy Watson. He plays on quickly. He kicks it high. McMullen's running onto it. He can't mark it. Getting back is Taylor. Anderson forced to kick with the right foot. Oh, it just misses to the left. And it's exciting stuff at Windy Hill. I don't think the tipsters were going to be prepared for this. Essendon by 9 points.
Harding booms it back in. Danaher and Kransberg didn't do particularly well. Frawley to Devonport. To Coughlin. To Daniels. To the goal square. Mark to Hamilton. Not paid. Nixon. Vanderhaar. Hamilton. Still pressure on. Vanderhaar. He's done very well back there, as Ian Robertson said. Spawn. Frawley should gobble it up, and he does at centre wing. We haven't had a goal for a long time, and we've had 35 and just 3 minutes remaining. The Saints have got to get one in a hurry. They've been pressing forward, and they haven't been able to break that defence. Anderson. A lot of experience back there for Essendon. Vanderhaar, Madden. He's got some run here. Izard wide. Watson on a lead. Holds his ground and gets a free kick. Allowed to play on, and Manning has missed it. Well, Watson held his ground. It was experience plus to squeeze a free kick out of the umpire. Advantage paid, and Manning not able to kick the goal.
David Grant will kick the ball back for St Kilda. He comes to the members' side. Out there is Lowe. He takes the mark. And there's been a few dicey ones paid during the afternoon. There's another one. Lowe's 13th. Didn't quite hang on to it, but it was paid. Nice kick by Lowe. 50 metres. Madden can't mark. Comes to Kransberg. He'll be tackled. The hand pass a little too far. Izard knocks it on. Jeffrey's there for St Kilda. Kicks it towards half forward. O'Donnell taps it. Advantage to Nixon. Handball over the top. Kitchke too slow. He runs into an open goal. He's dragged down by, was it Vanderhaar? Grenville. Danaher back there. Walsh. And Essendon get clear. And magnificent football by Grenville. He'll be cheered off the ground if Essendon win this game, because that was great stuff.
Well, the Saints were stiff that it was Kitchke who had the ball, and that's nothing against him because he's their slowest player. Thompson, maybe Nixon should have kicked it in the end. Was that their last chance? Manning. Anderson, who's been good in the last quarter. A wobbly one. Burke in the front spot. Still in play, now out, and it'll be a throw in. A minute and a half remaining, 123 to 113. Harding and Madden. Manning to centre half forward. Spawn uses his body and gives away a free kick. Well, it looked reasonably fair. Daniels from centre half back. Saints have got to do it quickly. Surely they've had their last chance. Into the centre. Lowe still trying. Winmar. Can he weave some magic? Not this time. But a free kick. Well, he's got to move it.
It's fair enough too, Bruce, I feel.
Got to move it and move it quickly. Kitski in a lead. Walsh with him. Not direct enough, I don't think, from Winmar. Hamilton. Bumped as he kicks it. Manning. Anthony Danaher, who's been excellent. O'Donnell running for him. The Bombers look safe. He takes Harding on and he swings it to Cransberg, who is normally a beautiful kick. Let's see if he can drill it. The drop punt's got the distance. He's missed it. And it's 18-16 to 17-11. And Ian Robertson, it's been high excitement from the first bounce to the last.
Yes, it's been a wonderful game of football, Bruce. It's a pity that there has to be a loser, but it looks as though it'll be St Kilda. Big punch. Comes back to Harding. Siren about to sound. Harding's kick towards half forward.
Knocks it forward. Opportunity for tuck to Lawrence. At right half back. Chips it out wide. Depi Domenico gets rid of his marker. Knocks it on brilliantly. Whitman's got it. Penalised for a throw. Gee, that's a tough one.
That's real tough too, because Hawthorn had the run on and Whitman had an open forward line to run into.
That looked okay. Viney down towards half forward. The umpires getting embroiled in some controversy in this game. Healy pulls it back. Going back is young Cooper. Defiant mark. Plays on immediately with some space. Nothing much happening down the ground. Goes in short. Condon at centre half back. Ayres is hurt.
How many more stars can go down?
Exactly. Anderson got into the back of the Melbourne player Healy, according to the umpire. No much doubt about that. Healy's forward of left centre wing. Light rain just starting to fall again. Not a good kick. Cooper the sliding mark. He's at right half back. Plays on quickly to Condon. Condon's away across half back, squaring the ball. Madigan fisted away by Stretch. Coming through Eichel. Tries to get it back to Stretch. Schwab's in there. Spills back through the legs. Diving on top of it, Whitman, cleverly done. Got it to Condon, at close quarters to Schwab.
Out to Jenke at centre wing. Wide open forward line for the Hawks. Ray Jenke's left footer for Platten. Oh, what a mark! Sensational Johnny Platten. Wet ball and all. He goes long. Kicks 45 metres. Deer in front, can't mark. Campbell missed it. Comes to Anderson. But his snap doesn't come back far enough.
Making some mistakes, Melbourne.
Well, I get the feeling that Hawthorn should be closer than what they are. 7 points down, and there's Dermot Brereton.
And Gary Buckenara. So talk about some of the stars missing from Hawthorn. You almost forget about Gary Buckenara. Lyon kicks in. Steins marks. I think he had control of that pretty well.
He hasn't had a great day though, Jimmy Steins. 5 kicks and 3 handballs. Just not handling the ball as assuredly as he usually does.
Kick by Steins to centre wing. Glenn Lovett, almost. Front of the pack, Healy. Great hand pass to Lovell on the run. His left footer's in short, but Eichel's slipped to the ground, marked by Schwab. All Hawthorn centre of the ground.
A classical game of defences. Condon swings it out wide. Depi Domenico's got it. This is Paul Deer. Now he'll centre it. Jenke's in front. Uncontested. Very indirect by Hawthorn. A far cry from them in their prime, but their keys in those attacking positions not there. Oh, Ayres! The mark is paid. What a magnificent mark. It was a pushing, shoving pack there, and somehow the ball finished up with Gary Ayres.
Well, he's just been moved there because Hawthorn are running out of fit players. They've only got 18 fit players, and Ayres, injured a while ago, went from defence to full forward. And that's the sort of thing Brereton did in the grand final that won a premiership.
Oh, that's where great players can lift, and Gary Ayres has certainly been a great player for Hawthorn.
Yes, he thrives in the pressure cooker environment. He's not right. You can see that. The winner of 2 Norm Smith medals. Really hobbling. And Lyon came over the mark that time. Momentarily. Ayres gets the goal. So the Hawks will not be denied. They're within a point now.
Yes, and Gary Ayres obviously not right. He's having a lot to say there to a couple of the Melbourne defenders, Todd Viney and Graham Yates.
A lot of hot airs.
It has been a great performance, Hawthorn, being this close against Melbourne, just about at full strength.
Well, Ayres really rubbed it in after he kicked that goal. A bit of jostling behind play. Now 1 point the difference. Melbourne in front. Hawthorn courageous today. Melbourne out of the centre circle. Down goes Lovett. Di Domenico. Whitman just about threw it out. Lawrence missed it. Lovell goes backwards. Condon for Hawthorn. Delayed the hand pass. Took the jolt. Advantage paid. The free was going to be given. It's taken by Deere. Greg Deere to half forward. Anderson runs onto it. Over the top. Ayres or Platten. Ayres still after it. Great stuff by Ayres. He flips it out to Platten, but he's been free kicked for throwing it. And it just seems that umpire Chris Mitchell is the one having all the tough decisions today. He's reported players. He's given 50-metre penalties. He's ruled on throws, and that was a vital one near goal, although Platten's kick did miss.
Let's have a look at that again. There's a scoop. Yeah, definite backhand scoop there by Gary Ayres.
Free kick to Lyon.
He's in the left back pocket, Gary Lyon, on report. But using the umpire. Greg Deere over the top. Newport gained a couple of metres. Glenn Lovett back to Newport from centre wing. He goes down towards half forward. Wilson going back with the flight of the ball. Crashing into the pack was Cooper. Only as far as Lovell. Superbly charged down by Di Domenico. Takes on the tackler. Eichel got in. Ball jarred free. Holding the ball, says the umpire. Gee, that was a quick whistle.
It's good to see that the umpire does pay those free kicks, Dennis, because Di Domenico went to fend off the tackler, Eichel, and he was caught.
This is
I fully
Phoebe.
support it.
Langford got him. Lawrence hard against the boundary line, the big fellow. More risky. Whitman missed it. They come from all angles. Phoebe charged down by Whitman. Langford goes back. Was he limping? And the ball's out of bounds.
He was shepherding that ball out. Did pretty well.
So we've got a boundary throw in, left full forward. Hawthorn coming at Melbourne. They've added 2 goals in this term. Melbourne 1. Lovett going nowhere. Cooper missed it. Lovell came out. Condon over the ball. Gets rid of it quickly. Cooper goes off the ground out wide. Stretch leads back in the race.
Stretch with Madigan. They've been on each other since Madigan came on early in the second quarter. Stretch flicks back. No whistle for that one. The crowd wants a free kick. No mark to Whitman. Schwab. Play on, says the umpire. It's still on. Madigan caught by Steins. Umpire says you're holding it, Madigan. Free kick to Steins. One point the margin, the Demons in front. Steins short pass. Lovell. Not quite. Tucks back there in defence. The veteran captain across the ground looking for Deere. O'Dwyer spoils. Cooper's there and Glenn Lovett. All out of play. Throw in.
It's been a great contest. Both sides have given their all. Hawthorn with their backs to the wall have really come out fighting here today.
On the 50-metre line, a further chance for Melbourne. Di Domenico doing ruck work. Ball back out of bounds.
As we said earlier, not a pretty game, but a marvellous pulsating affair.
Is he pumped up? Look at the eyes.
Boundary throw in. Steins and Lawrence. Steins comes again. Phoebe knocks it back towards the middle. Wilson gains about 15 metres. Langford got his fist to it. Tuck. Got it down to Collins. Well directed. Collins hard against the boundary line. Looking for Pritchard. Stretch arrives and gets it out of bounds.
Brilliant play by Andy Collins. Would have been easy to rush it behind, but in a close game, a behind could cost you the points. So he's gained 50 metres instead.
Melbourne lead by a solitary point. The flags around the ground hanging limply. Steins, Di Domenico. Hurried kick. Paul Deere slides to take the mark.
Out to Pritchard. Down the boundary line. Lyon leads the race. Couldn't quite take the mark on Morrissey. Gary Lyon in the book for chatting the umpire earlier this quarter. Also in the book for being struck by Dermot Brereton in the opening 5 minutes of the game. Deere wins. Lyon fumbles, picked up by Condon. Condon goes to open spaces. Ayres from full forward. No mark. Jenke after it. Socket away by Viney. Pritchard's in there. Everyone getting bruises to get a kick. Pritchard no exception. Platten with Tingay. Tingay did pretty well then to find the boundary line.
Well, Yates has been moved off Johnny Platten. Tingay now with the job. I think Johnny Northey's a little bit worried about the way Melbourne are performing at the moment.
John Platten today has had 9 kicks and 1 hand pass, 2 goals.
Dwyer fisting away from the boundary throw in. This is Collins. Got a fine game. Pulls it back across his body. Spalding. Almost the mark. Not Pay. And Platten runs it across the boundary line. Just over 3.5 minutes remaining in this third term. Greg Deere and O'Dwyer, as they've done all day, battle again. It falls at their feet. Paul Deere trying to crash his way through. Knocked on by Condon. Down to Anderson. Open goal. And he puts it through. Hawthorn lead.
On the faces of Hawthorn players after their last 2 goals to see how badly they want to win this game. This is like a grand final for them. They haven't lost 2 in a row since 1987, the Hawks. They're not going to give this one up easily. Thrashed last week. Pritchard goes to ground. Off the ground by Stretch. Around the boundary line, but over.
Had some time too.
Just under 3 minutes remaining to 3/4 time. DiPierdomenico, nobody standing his mark. Up to Pritchard. Great kick by DiPierdomenico. Pritchard knocked off the mark. Paul Deere back to Condon. Condon's kick to the 50-metre line. No height there for Hawthorn. There's a push out. It's going to be a Hawthorn free kick. A Melbourne free kick, rather. To Tingay. It was gone back onto John Platten. Short pass over the head of Steins. Plenty of backup from Brett Lovett. Sweeping hand pass. Just reaches Yates. Has gone up to the wing now. Good running. Viney. Viney's kicked low to the 50. In front is the veteran Michael Tuck, and he beats Wilson to it.
Plays on quickly to Tuck towards midfield. Anderson, who kicked the last goal, takes the mark. Immediately plays on, swings it out wide. 2-on-1 situation here. Condon's got it. Paul Deere breaking outside. No, it's Cooper who's peeled off. Cooper's got the ball now. Well shepherded by Morrissey. Great mark taken in defence down there by Lovett. That's Glenn Lovett. So players of both sides giving everything. Glenn Lovett out of defence. Back to centre wing. All Hawthorn. Missed by Cooper. Spills wide. Lawrence does well. Gets it across to Condon. Anderson's got it now. He's at right half forward. Not a good kick. Glenn Lovett's in the road. Tackled by Paul Deere. Ball jarred free. Good shepherd by Spalding. Bought some time for Campbell, who socked off the ground and put it out of bounds.
I don't know about that one, Dennis. I thought Glenn Lovett just dropped the ball like a hot potato there when he was about to be tackled.
8:4:52, 7:5:47. Just over a minute remaining. Can Hawthorn get another one? Brett Lovett from Steins. A high kick back towards midfield. Whitman couldn't hang on. Lovell's over the ball. Madigan does well. Condon couldn't control it. Goes back in again. Well fought there by Eichel to tie it up. And we'll have a bounce. Well, a remarkable game.
There always seems to be Hawthorn players, though, at the bottom of the pack and cleaning up. Whenever the ball spills free, it always seems to be Hawthorn who are winning the ball and moving it forward.
Deere to Condon, who's had a great quarter. Diving mark by Jenke. Ray Jenke. Up to full forward. Ayres is there. Leaps high. Punches down. Comes back to Ayres. He goes for goal. Gets it. 2 goals in this quarter to the injured Gary Ayres. Moved to full forward.
Today's match is part of the...
If you're a small businessman like me...
They're all over Melbourne at the present time. Long kick towards half forward. Paul Deere goes back. Hughes a fist out wide. Morrissey and Campbell. Morrissey does well. Dragged off it by Campbell. Phoebe at close quarters to Healy. Glenn Lovett's got it on the outer side. Sweeping hand pass. Newport, he's on centre wing. Dragged down. As a result, the kick fell in short. Schwab goes after it, showing desperation in there, a lone Melbourne player. And we've got a ball up. That's Obst back on the ground in more ways than one.
That's where they've missed out today, Dennis, Melbourne, around the packs. The Ruck Rovers and Roving division have been non-existent.
Haven't matched the determination of the champion Hawks. Schwab out wide. Pritchard's got it now. He's at right half forward. Long kick. Ayres is in front. Hughes comes over the top. It falls to Platten. He's already got 3. Running away from his own goal. Pulls it back across his body. Down towards the pocket. Out comes Stretch.
Stretch along the ground. Comes to Platten again. 60 metres out. His kick smothered. Campbell did well to smother and then soccer off the ground to Newport. Newport's pass across the ground to Wilson. Chance for the Demons to set something up here. Oh, he's caught by Di Domenico. Just gets past him. Off to Obst. Poor hand pass. Lyon had to wait for it. Lyon keeps it low to the forward line. Arshold there. Well done by Cooper. In his first season of league football, not that young. He's 22 years of age. Got the jumper out, the socks down, and he is just a typical hard-nosed AFL defender. Steins and Lawrence. Di Domenico. Well, just couldn't pick up the greasy ball, and we'll have another throw-in.
Been a good performance by Di Domenico today as well. His enthusiasm has been carried through to the other Hawthorn players.
5 marks, 16 kicks and 6 handballs.
Boundary throw in. Steins back towards centre half forward. Wilson goes off the ground. Langford's in front, couldn't control it. Healy, a little toe poke. Bennett running away from his own goal. Obst at close quarters to Newport. Under pressure. Well played by Langford. And again, Melbourne can make nothing of it. Away comes Langford. Side foots it back through the centre. Whitman's got the run of it. Right centre wing. Tackled by Stretch. Gets the hand pass away. Playing the percentages. Pritchard out of mid-air. Jenke now. Jenke right half forward. His centering kick. Where's Ayres? He's in front. Platten's behind. Problems for Melbourne. Platten deep in the pocket. Harassed out of it. And he snuck it through for a behind. Well done by Tingay. John Platten has been lively. He's looking happier. Alan Jeans. They're in trouble early, but they have stuck at it.
Hughes kicks in very wide for Wilson. Not a bad kick by Hughes. 60 metres. Wilson's kick to centre wing. Obst. Ball skims off the wet grass. He's tackled immediately. The pressure's been great all day. Steins into Newport. Newport had to blaze away. Healy. That man Cooper again. Ball out of play. Crowd of 39,701 here today. And it looks as though the Hawks will triumph. They lead 72-48. Gathered by Yates, who was moved off Platten. Ball held to him. The umpire will ball it up.
Graham Yates beaten by Platten earlier. Playing up the ground now and playing her. Rucks go at it. Steins. They work it forward. Brett Lovett gets the hand pass away to Glenn Lovett. But only as far as Tuck, who's played a wonderful game. Swings it out wide. Rebound opportunity for the Hawks now. Who'll be first to arrive? Morrissey. Had it socket away though. Cooper's got it now. High up and under from right half back. Paul Diaz in front, reaching over the top. Campbell. Condon through the traffic. Newport over the top. Paul Diaz. Pritchard picks it up. Obst has got him. Ball jarred free. Obst hard against the boundary line. Phoebe couldn't hang on. I've got a whistle. I think he was going to pay the mark. Charged down superbly by Tuck. Morrissey in the grass. Couldn't get the kick off. Lyon crashes in. Standing his ground was Tuck. Scrambled across the ground there by Melbourne. It was Stretch. Yates fisting towards half forward. Schwab beckoning Cooper to come on. Such is the confidence. Out wide to Di Domenico. A roar from the crowd as he centres this one. Whitman's got it now.
Chris Whitman goes wide for Ayres again. How did he get that far out in the open? A man who can hardly run.
Well, Danny Hughes has been criticised in the past for being very loose. And on that occasion, he gave Gary Ayres 15 to 20 metres to work in.
Well, Ayres has been better since he was injured and moved down to the forward line. Gary Ayres from 50 metres leans back on this one. A beauty! 3 goals to Gary Ayres. And the Hawks bolting away.
Well, that's amazing, isn't it? Gary Ayres moved down to full forward after he hurt his leg there in that third quarter. Kicked 2 goals when he was moved down to full forward in the third quarter. And an amazing torpedo with a heavy ball just on the 50-metre line. He's kicked that a good 55 to 60 metres, Gary Ayres.
Remarkable game of football. Remarkable team. Hawthorn, Condon. Lawrence misses it. Stretch sliding in. Gets it for Melbourne. And we've got a whistle. Coming in, they were underdogs at quarter time. Long odds against. Eichhold, as far as Lyon, he couldn't control it. Whitman trying to go off the ground. Oh, and that's a nasty one for Whitman. It fell awkwardly across his leg. He seems to be okay. Eichhold coming up with the ball. 15 minutes remaining. Steins and Lawrence, nicely done by the youngster. Newport. Madigan's got it now. Strong tackle by Eichhold, got him down. Spills across to Brett Lovett, who's gone right out of the game. Standing kick towards half forward. Dippy and Domenico. Right over the top of Healy. They're inspired, the Hawks. Kick out wide. Madigan stands his ground. Yates was bearing down. He takes the mark. He's on centre wing. In the gloom of VFL Park. Madigan towards half forward. Push out, was it? Morrissey got rid of his opponent. No free kick. Down towards the pocket off the boot of Hughes. It's gone out of bounds on the full. And the danger man Platten to take the kick.
Could have been a push out there, Dennis. I agree with you against Morrissey there.
Well, Platten's kicked 3. He hasn't run on the ball. He's been in the forward pocket. This from 45 metres on the boundary line. They can do no wrong. Courageous victory by the Hawks when all was against them, losing their stars, but 14-8-92 to 7-6-48. Platten kicked 4, Ayres and Anderson.
Handling both foot and hand has been superb, finding a target. I felt Sandringham was the better side in the quarter. I felt they monopolised possession, but just couldn't find the opening. This was the first goal, and a superb one too by Frank Regolo, who's been a target for them up front. Anthony Allen's played a superb game for them. And here we see Frank once again.
Ooh, right on the line.
Right on the line. It's touch and go, Phil. But do you agree, Phil, that they've got the better side? But
some really good contests, though. The big Kuipert there did very well with more than 7 possessions. But Regolo versus Simon Clark, this can be one to watch. Jeff Clark hasn't really gotten into the play on young Sam O'Connor. And there's Peters kicking the first of his 2 goals. That was a great goal round the corner. Very confident goal. I think we'll see Keith Robinson pluck an excellent mark.
It's his trademark, isn't it?
Sure is.
Phil.
But you're right, Sam. The pressure in the game is great. And it's good to see a VFA game. You've got 16 players. Sometimes it can be very open. But in this game, they're tackling fiercely. There's Peters with his 2nd goal. And what a goal that was. And Joe Regolo was under pressure. And then Maloney got on top in the middle. And all over the ground, they've just been too good. And you're right. Their big players are very good. And the small players run. And Kuipert, a good example of that. That's not Kuipert there, of course.
Well, he's had an excellent first half of this game. Kuipert and Atkins, they've absolutely decimated the Sandringham following division. And that's where their problems have really been compounded in that engine room.
But very easy, no pressure. Like, you know, you expect pressure. You need to kick goals under a lot of pressure. And although they've made it easy, made the path to goal easy by winning the ball around the centre bounce and under the packs. But Sandringham really have, you know, it's a dismal performance, and Darryl Nisbet will be very, very angry with this performance at half-time. Look at that. I mean, Robinson there, unguarded. How can you leave the player who's one of your key goal kickers?
He's been leading well, and that guy on the mark at the moment, Schleiser, he's probably been Sandringham's one of his better players, probably Sandringham's best player. And this is a very, very attractive passage of play. I know when things are running your way, they look good, but Yeah, the little flick out and Robinson running into an open goal. But they are very well team orientated. They really hunt in packs. They've got the numbers to the base of the ball, and there's always a contest with them. There's no easy possessions. And then once again, running into a goal, kicking it off the ground.
Tommy Kuiper kicked 4 goals in that quarter. He's kicked 5 of the match, and Robinson kicked 3 in the quarter.
Atkins.
Again, players
unattended, unmarked.
You know, too much space. But you're right, Sam. You look at Clark here, how he sums this situation. There's Robinson, who was left by McGannon, and Robinson goes on and gives the ball away. And as you say, that's team play. You know, sure, he could have kicked the goal, but he was looking to give it to a teammate who he thought might have been in a better position.
Atkins again. The focal point, obviously, Clark there. And here we see holding the ball's decision.
But see, that should have been punched. The punch would have been safer than the mark. You know, too attacking. Sandringham there, and it costs him a goal. Look, you must stick to the rules and get every part of the game right, and they're fractured.
David Cloak to senior football. The teenager entered a star-studded Tiger lineup for his first game against Fitzroy, but his debut could have been sooner. A year earlier, he joined Richmond's scholarship squad, but was too short, and so rejected.
The next year, when we had training for the scholarship squad again, along came this kid who was about 6'3" then, and I was going crooked all these wonder judges who'd left this kid out of all their calculations before. And it turned out it was David Cloak, and he'd grown 6 inches.
After 176 games with the Tigers, including 2 premierships, he joined Collingwood in 1983, and the following year was runner-up to Peter Moore in the Brownlow, and that was almost embarrassing for the league.
We got to a stage where David Cloak was leading the voting, and we hadn't even invited him to the night.
Last year was a harrowing one for Cloak and his family. Wife Julie was badly injured in a car accident near Wonthaggi, but it was Julie's strength that inspired Cloak to keep playing.
Knowing what she had to go through to get herself fit enough just to even be able to walk and do basic things day to day sort of thing, it made it sort of anything, you know, the injuries I got on the training and the motivation to keep playing so much easier.
10 games short of his 300th, Cloak was dumped by the Magpies and placed in the draft, but his beloved Tigers took him back, and the rest is history. Come Saturday night, there'll be no prouder member of the 300 club than David Cloak.
New South Wales.
You know, you've got to get at their pride, and hopefully they'll get a lift, because this game could almost, you know, get to embarrassing proportions. But, you know, it really was totally dictated by Springvale this quarter. And that passage of play, you know, we saw the ball being farmed out there by Phillips.
They were prepared to run, weren't they, Sam? Whereas Sandringham really didn't run and didn't man up. Had so many passes, short passes by Springy to a man unmarked. There's Frank Regala kicking a good goal, although there were chances to give it to someone else.
And that virtually typifies what's happening, you know, the individual effort as opposed to the team-orientated situation here.
Look at that. Now, there's Clark. There wouldn't have been a Sandringham player within 20 metres there, Ross. And not, I mean, Jeff Clark is a damn good player and played very well today. Dangerous. And that's where their strength. They've got those big players put you under pressure, and then the smaller players, they just chip in and keep the ball running.
Continued well, hasn't he, Phil?
Kuipert.
And these
Atkins,
two
yeah.
fine players in the first half and went on with the job in this quarter. But what do you make of Springvale? Honestly, I know it's difficult being a coach when you've got to play against them.
They're a top side, Sam. They're very well balanced. There's no question about it. Their big players are mobile and good overhead, and they put you under a lot of pressure. And as I said, the small players are full of class. They run, they handle the ball very well. Very skilled side.
Really served it up to you.
Yeah, they got the jump early, but it was good. The boys persisted and we come out on top, as the score shows there.
And I suppose second playing third now. It's a good one to get out of the way, even though a lot of people might say that Sandringham have had a bit of an easier draw, but they certainly were there to be beaten.
Oh, yeah, certainly, yeah. We've had a couple of hard games coming to this one, and we really wanted to win this one really badly, so we're real happy about that, yeah.
Now, there might be some controversy. You might have to share that with your mates, because Dougie Coop could have got into it, Graham Atkins, whatever. But from all the team, and I think the Victorian President, John Greaves, suggested that Graham Atkins could have got it, but we've decided on you in a split decision. Well done, and good luck for the rest of the year, mate.
Thank you very much. Thanks, mate.
Terrific. And Ross, that's about it from here. There's just a slight bit of drizzle, or precipitation, I think Sammy Kekovic might say. So we'll take it back to you immediately in the main commentary box.
Thanks, Tony Leonard. What a good job he did down there.
And really the game was over, though. They just ran the ball so well. And really the bad sign for Sandy was they didn't run enough. And you see in the highlights, they just didn't pick up. And there were too many times where Springvale players received passes unmarked. Robinson at full forward, he is in great form. And I know Sam said he's been a very consistent player at Springer, that's true. But I think this year he just looks a fraction better than in previous years.
Yes, I think Springvale are hungry again. I think they just went a little bit off the boil last year after their successes of the success they experienced 2 or 3 years ago. But now they've got that hunger back in their belly, and they're just playing accordingly. And my word, they're a finely balanced side. Nicol, Dudley and Mendy form a very solid defence. Maloney in the centres going from strength to strength. And the couple of acquisitions in Atkins and Coop have been superb running players for them. Simon Clark, our man of the match, I guess we'll explain to the viewers the reason we opted for Simon Clark was the fact that we felt he was instrumental in turning the game when it was at a vital stage, when it was very much in the balance in that second quarter. He got the ball out of the centre and fed the running players. And
Sam, you know one other thing about Springy, though, they're a very proud club. They haven't been a long time in the VFA, but they are. They play like a side that's got a great history.
Yes.
They've got a lot of spirit about them.
Yes, they're immensely proud, you're right. And it's amazing how those intangible qualities stand for a lot.
Certainly do.
Well, those comments, expert comments from Sam Kekovic and Phil.
Back after a week. Kick towards goal is rushed through for a behind.
Again, Oshenko going for that mark.
Lucky not to lose the kick, I guess. He's given that away. And Richie Rayburn gives a free kick away, the ex-Williamstown player, roving very well for the Tigers. Sees a left footer, breeze from right to left, and leaves the boot beautifully. Dalrymple takes the kick. Oh, strong mark to Bergman, who I saw playing defence earlier in the year, but now at centre-half forward.
He's one of the Sandringham blondes, Ross.
Yes, they breed them down this way, down by the coast. Werribee and Sandringham. Good move out of the back line. Werribee noted for this, wide to Harris. Love to run the ball. Over to Geary. Nice kick of the football. Chooses the hand pass. Stock ball. Gets space easily and lines them up, but misses.
A promising forward move, Ross.
Now, Regalo feeds off the hand pass, but Pratt chips it. And the mark taken by Damien Hibbert. Socks down. As we come up to the 10-minute mark, and Hibbert makes no mistake. So, second goal to Sandringham, and they lead by 16 points.
Very open forward line for Sandringham. Who's going to be first onto it? Well, certainly outnumbered here, but he does very well there, Bergman. Bounced the ball nicely to Hibbert. Oh, that looks on target. Damien Hibbert gets his second, and it's all Sandringham in the opening 11 minutes.
Good cramming for Sandringham. Here's Pratt again. Land the ball deep into attack. Here's that man Hibbert. Oh, could be number 3 to Hibbert. It is. Brilliant first quarter.
Body work from Shielga there, but it's Werribee who go forward and onto the chest of Stephen Sells. Breeze has got hold of it, and it's a mark to Werribee. He wants to get up and play on and kick the goal. Forsyth, rather. Now here's Stockwell being pressured by Cummings. See what I mean at ground level? He does a good job. Loses his footing, Richie Rayburn, but got the ball off to Wilson. Good goal. With the breeze behind him. Could still go close, though. Oh, the huge fly from Bergman, and the goals for Regolo. That's his third, Frank Regolo.
Oh, nice evasion by Fenton into White, through the corridor, through the middle, and a result is good from Werribee coming up the middle. Their third goal, Peter White.
What a good quarter from Sandringham, though they did have the breeze. 26-point leaders at the quarter-time break.
Cut a path through the centre of the game, used handball effectively.
What about this man? You'd be impressed with Frank Regolo, Sam.
Oh, I thought he was the difference between the two sides. At this point in time, he's kicked 6 goals, and they were hard-earned goals too. They didn't get them on a platter. He really worked hard to get in front.
That was perhaps a turning point in the match when he turned his ankle.
Necessitated him leaving the field for some 5 or 10 minutes, and Werribee really got a spurt on, kicked 2 or 3 quick goals, got back into the game. But it really has been an entertaining game. The thing that I'm most impressed with, in particular with Sandringham, is they're really what's happened here effectively is they've undergone a drastic attitude change here. You know, last year we've always maintained that Sandringham were capable of matching it with the heavyweights, and in fact were, you know, justifiably finalists. But I'll just elaborate at length shortly. Here we see some more of the replays.
Werribee starting to get a run on here. And Stephen Sells sparked it. How many of his goals does he get from the 10-metre square?
Well, he reads the play so well, and he positions himself accordingly. And the guy really instrumental in their revival was Richie Rayburn, the former Williamstown player. He's been a live wire on the ball or resting up forward. And they've picked up a couple of, you know, vital players, Phil, haven't they? Clark's been...
much classier side now. They can cap the play off, whereas last year they were just a fraction undermanned. But Panels run well, as is Rayburn. So they're really quite a different side, and him with a big chance to win the game.
White's the player I was referring to that...
he went off in that second quarter, I think, just lacking a bit of match fitness, as we see another goal for Sells.
The highlights here, but that was a good bit of play by Sells. Around the corner from Harris, marked by Geary, out again, and Sells. And there you go, there's a chance for 50 metres not paid.
I thought he was responsible for getting them back in the game, Phil Sells, wasn't he, in the opening 15 minutes of that quarter? But I believe towards the latter part of that quarter they became too conscious of Sells, and as a consequence, you know, they lost a number of opportunities by, you know, looking for him a little bit too much when they've had other options in the offering. And once again, there's an example of what you were saying, going out wide, Geary.
Yes, keeping's off football. The centering kick gives you the chance.
I thought he gave them a bit when he's coming from the interchange, Phil. Knights.
Yes.
Sells again. Kicked 3 for the quarter. Missed a couple of easy ones. But really, there's not a great deal in this game, is there? You know, I mean to say, it could go either way. It's just that I think Sandringham's directness will probably win it for them. Especially if Eves can lay his big claws on a couple of big ones up across that half-forward line. And here's the man in question.
It's an interesting game, isn't it, in terms of the contrasting styles of both sides. One chipping and running and going wide, and the other bombing long through half forward. I mean, there we see another big punt kick. They got onto that one, and Frankie Regalo, what a mark. And there you see the player thrown to the ground. Now, I would say that's time wasting, holding up play.
Shilger at number 45, Scholger.
Actually, it's a misprint in the record. Schleiger.
Yes.
Max von Schleiger.
Schleiger is...
13-point winners over Werribee here today. The battle of the...
We have. Can't say no. We've worked pretty hard. We've had a bloke Ray down helping us out, and he's the best thing that's ever come to the club. Really, I think I would order him for my fitness and stuff like that.
And you've got Marquis fit as well.
That's right. Oh, we're going to have a big year. I can see it.
You weren't worried at all during that game?
We were at the start, but we knew if we kept fighting, we'd get it out.
And a good battle with David all day?
Yeah, very good. He's an old teammate, mate, back in Melbourne. You know, I've always wanted to do good against him, and had the chance today.
Good. Well, a few scores to settle from Joe Regalo. Towers over me. Good game from the Sandringham Ruckman. 4 wins in a row to Sandringham. The Zebras on the move in 90.
And the theme song is going down well here.
Lots of St Kilda players.
Yeah, we've got a lot of new blokes down here this year. They're good runners and they're doing really well. Good, honest players.
Here's a man who kicked a couple of goals.
Yeah, that's why. They looked after me, that's why. Great bunch of blokes.
8 goals, and what about you? Turned your ankle too, did you?
Yeah, it's a bit sore. Struggling there at the end, but it's great to win.
The coach gave you a bit of a serve at half.
Oh, yeah, we all deserved it, though. We were playing terrible.
Well, there we are from Frank Regalo, who kicked 8 goals. He said they deserved their pay at Spray at half-time. So pretty happy Zebra room down here. Sandringham winners, their 4th in a row for 1990.
Good job, Ross. As we take a look at the highlights from that last quarter, that first goal, Phil, you said it was vital, and it came the way of the Zebras.
Yes, well, I thought that because Werribee had expended a lot of energy, and with the game tight, I think, and the Zebras always come home well in the last quarter to that grandstand. They get pretty excited when their supporters start cheering. small players running well. They just used the ball better in the last quarter.
That was Eddie Fisher, who I said did some good things early on there, running off half-back.
We've got a number of players that work very hard in the middle section of the ground. I think Pratt at half-back set up the play, and they burrow in, and the numbers, you know, they had 2 and 3 around the ball, which was very important. And, you know, good thing, Frank Regolo here really sets it up and goes for home. And there you go. Make sure he gets on his left foot too. Just got it in.
He thought the whistle had gone against him for running too far, but it was against Foley after, for Foley after some good shepherding.
He was very close, Anthony Allen. He was pretty steady, Anthony Allen, in the back pocket.
I thought he was a very good player for him, Phil.
Yes, set it up well. And that was a mark, you know, I just thought there wasn't enough pressure placed in that situation.
Fitzgerald?
It was Fitzgerald, 1 of 3 goals in the last quarter. It's a pretty handy effort. Kicked 3 in the last quarter. You can't complain about that.
No, got some good benefit. Off the interchange bench, did Sandy.
Eves gave them a lift at centre-half forward, Sam.
In that last quarter, I felt they used him a lot better, Phil. They had the Mosquito fleet at the base of the pack, but his marking improved. The thing is, they delivered the ball a lot better to him, and obviously drop punts into attack one-on-one. And he's a big, strong man. He'll mark 8 out of 10. Instead of those mongrel punts that they were belting into him during the third quarter.
Well, Geary kicked 2 goals in that last quarter, but tellingly, Stephen Sells didn't get any.
Yeah, well, see, I think Sam made the point earlier that they're under a lot of pressure, Sells and Geary, to be the major goal kickers, and it becomes very difficult. You do need the big player to take the mark and put the backs under pressure. If the other backs are under pressure, then, you know, those players on the edge, the dangerous, elusive forwards, will get their goals, and you'll spread the goals around. It's very hard when you're dependent on a couple of medium-sized players.
Well, we're in front of the St Kilda members. Lockett had to beat 4. Nixon takes the crumbs, shoots in towards goal. What a kick, Ricky Nixon. The Saints answer. I think Dunstall may have preferred if Pritchard took it, but he does wonderfully well. Gives it back again towards Deere. What's Paul Deere done? He's kicked it.
Wide to Winmar. Winmar's kick. And Lockett eventually gets out and takes the mark. There's a player on his own in the goal square. Lockett kicks it towards that player low. And he marks one-handed.
And he takes the mark. Danger because he got onto Winmar. Oh, it could result in a goal. Anderson thinks about Dunstall, then has a shot himself and puts it through. Pekin shrugs the tackle. Does well. Goes down towards Lockett. Could have given a nudge. Winmar's at the back. Lockett again. Pushing forward to Winmar. Is this an answering goal? Winmar shoots and he goals.
But a good gather by Paul Deere. The right foot kick into the pocket. Dunstall, 25 metres out, slight angle, and he pops it straight through the centre. Harvey, handball over the top. Hand pass by Taylor to Devonport. Up to 50. Devonport goes bang. Has it got the distance? Yes. It's home.
That wasn't a good kick. Burke, beautifully done, Nathan Burke to Robert Harvey. This will belong to Nathan Burke, this goal. Great play.
Kicks St Kilda back towards half forward. Low. No, Cracker takes it off him. Cracker into an open goal over the top. Lockett. Goal to St Kilda. Back towards the centre. The hand pass comes from Jenke. Pritchard streaming goalwards. Goes long, it'll bounce through. It does. Goal to Hawthorn.
Down towards half forward. This is the danger time. Anderson is picking up kicks at will. To the pocket. Morrissey's just come on. Now he's known as the Freak.
That's
why he is known as the Freak.
Laurie gets the hand pass to Coughlin. Coughlin kicks the Saints up towards centre half forward. There's no one home. Winmar. Taylor. Great hand pass. Lockett gathers and Lockett kicks a goal.
And so at three-quarter time.
It kicks St Kilda into the centre. Pekin takes the mark. Coughlin fumbles, crucial. Anderson, Pekin, gets through, Tim Pekin. And he kicks St Kilda up towards goal. Lockett. St Kilda fans are alive. And they let us know with the cheers. Lockett's kick 4. I told you emotion takes players a long way. Takes the commentators a long way too. Lockett goes for goal. It's close.
Kicked it.
It's very close. It's there.
clash at Waverley, with both teams having been hit hard and losing last week. The Hawks to the Saints in a thriller, and the Magpies to the Bombers. But this week, the Maggies were strengthened with the return of Brown, Dacos, Starcevic and Taylor. Hawthorn, however, is renowned for hitting back hard after a loss.
Forward. Thumped on by Christian. Well done, Barwick to Dacos. Goal for Peter Dacos.
Kelly leading back in the race, running away from his own goal. Gives it away. Debbie and Domenico's got it. From half forward, down towards the pocket. Dunstall on the lead. It'll take a good kick from here. The Breeze will push it away. It's coming back. That's a magnificent effort. It's another goal to the Hawks. Quick reply.
Wet and windy. Manson, in front of the pack, almost a tuck. It's flipped through there by Krasiska. Starcevic to Manson. Manson blazes. Oh, good kick! Goal! Morwood kicks in. Krasiska. Oh, dear, he's doing well. The unsung of the two brothers. Paul Deere away to Tuck, who goes for goal, and Michael Tuck, the veteran, kicks one.
Putting his body in was Paul Deere. He goes again, gets the hand pass out to Dunstall, snapping at his fourth. That's a great effort from there. Dunstall gets the goal.
Condon. Oh, great kick. Anderson, 20 metres in the clear on the 50-metre line. Anderson going for goal rather than the pass. Not a bad effort. Right over the goal umpire. Even with the Breeze, I think Krasiska too far out to score. It needed a huge kick. Christian. Oh, it might have been against Lawrence. Comes to shore anyway for the goal. Oh, great kick by McEwen to Wright, who has a 25-metre break. Graham Wright approaches 50. He'll burn them off and go for goal. Not a bad effort. Another one. Morris, a high kick out of defence. McGuan, sensational mark. Into Krasiska. And on to Wright again. 2 in a minute. He's done it again. Through Dacos it goes. Mightn't be bad for the team. Krasiska to Dacos. Dacos for goal. And the Pies are in front.
Yes, a blazing third quarter by Collingwood, because Hawthorn led by 7 points at quarter time, a 30-point lead at half time, and then back came the Maggies to lead by 10 points at three-quarter time. So the scene at Waverley was set for a titanic struggle in the final quarter, and that's exactly how it turned out to be as we go to that final quarter now and the opening bounce. The Magpies turn for this final quarter, leading by 10 points after they trailed by 30 at half-time. Rucks go at it. Deere at the second attempt towards his own half-forward line. McEwen, who's been a star since half-time, swings play towards the Collingwood half-forward line. Timely fist from Morris. He runs on after the ball, picks it up just inside the line. Platten surrounded, met solidly by Mullane. Down he goes, and the ball will be thrown in.
Important change for Hawthorn. Gary Ayres has gone to full back on Gavin Brown, and Michael Tuck has come up and is shadowing Gavin Krasiska, who is a good player in the third quarter.
Still no sign of Brian Taylor, who was benched for the second time during the third quarter. Di Domenico been pretty quiet actually since a blistering first quarter. Kerrison stands in the tackle but loses control of the ball. Pritchard moves it forward for Hawthorn, but Turner chops it off. Across to Dacos. Dacos long and high to half forward. Christian. Langford the spoil from behind. Wright. Hasn't he had a second half? Graham Wright, the kick off the side of the boot. Ayres is there for Hawthorn. Gets a bad bounce. Collins. Wright. And Ayres at full stretch. Paddles for Collins. Finds Pritchard. Pritchard has some space here for Morrissey. Kick by Morrissey. The Breeze behind, but not as strong as it was. To half forward. Paul Deere there.
Good play, Deere.
Made a good contest of that.
Gee, that was terrific stuff there, because no one else was going from Hawthorn. He really had to sacrifice himself, threw himself and turned his body in midair. That was a great effort by the centre half forward.
So the champions are being challenged at the present time. We're set for a great finish here. Good crowd too. Paul Deere, clean possession. Turner gained about 10 metres with a kick. Russell goes off the ground towards centre wing. Greg Deere tried to give it across towards support there. It came unstuck, eventually standing. Lawrence gets the kick off. Anderson flies. Jenke did well, got it down to Whitman. High up and under. McEwen goes back and takes, well, he almost took a courageous mark. He's going to get a free kick. McEwen, sweeping hand pass out wide to accommodate Mullane. Mullane draws a man in Paul Deere and goes over the top. McGuan 20 metres in the clear on centre wing. His second bounce carries him down towards right half forward. He kicks inside 50. In from the side, Starcevic. What a fine mark.
Craig Starcevic from 50 metres. Goes very wide to the pocket. Christian, he's got it too. Got a very difficult kick for goal, even though he's 25 metres out. Narrow angle and across the breeze. Some protection from the stands behind the goal.
And a great mark, but it's interesting just looking at the way that Langford's lined up there.
Christian hooks it too far and lucky to bring up a score. In fact, out of bounds on the full.
Because Langford wasn't actually on the mark. He was further in towards the centre of the ground, maybe 5 metres in towards the centre of the ground.
Ayres kicks in short to Deere. Greg Deere slides it to Anderson. Anderson's kick short of the centre wing. Cooper can't take the mark. Dacos a good spoil. Comes up with the football, Peter Dacos. Well played. Holds up in the breeze. Manson's there. Christian from behind at the front of the pack. Russell. It bounces through. Unmarked is Brown. He taps wide to Krasiska. On the turn, Krasiska goes snap and misses.
Shouldn't have missed that.
Some of those deflections with intent today on the forward line have been very, very clever by Collingwood. That didn't result in a goal, but they've got a couple of goals that way. Ayres. This is Anderson in the back pocket. 9-14 Hawthorn. Collingwood 11-13. The kick out wide runs out of bounds and will have a throw in. Remarkable turnaround came in that third term. They led by 7 points at quarter time, by 30 at half time Hawthorn, to trail by 10 at three-quarter time.
And interesting that at the end that Hawthorn are kicking to. 14 goals have been scored down that end, 6 at the other, which Collingwood are kicking to.
Dacos, the hand pass to Wright. Wright, the long kick towards 50. It holds up in the breeze. Bowen. Well, at the present time, Hawthorn's problem is they can't get the ball. There's Barwick, intended for Manson. Too much carry. Mark is taken by Lawrence, who breaks away. Ran a good 15 metres too as he boots it out wide. McGuan leads in the race. Ball runs out of bounds and will be thrown in.
Shows remarkable mobility, Lawrence, for a big fellow. He's 6'6".
Looks like we've got a fire there. Throw in. Mullane. If that's okay. Collingwood on fire up in the ground. Kerrison gets a fist on this one. Paul Deere did nicely through the traffic. Away comes Anderson towards half forward. Opportunity for Brereton. Morwood cleverly. Gaffer stands up in the tackle.
Platten just gets the hand pass away. Dunstall goes backwards. Anderson over the pack, and in space is Morrissey right in front. Pops the goal. The Hawks back within touch. The margin 5 points.
They're the type of side, Hawthorn, that you can't keep down. You've really got to be applying yourself the whole time. Dunstall getting involved, coming way out near the 50-metre line. And Morrissey getting away. Well shepherded there by Brereton. Had Gaffer behind him. And we've certainly got a game now. 5 points the difference. And Tony Shaw not looking too good behind play.
It'll probably mean he'll get 12 possessions in the last quarter. Just a kick the difference. Monkhurst wins. And comes out with it. Gets the hand pass away to Russell. He clears Di Domenico with his hand pass. Mullane. He can have another bounce if he likes. Darren Mullane low into the breeze. Manson there on the bounce. Lawrence with him. Collins as well. A dead heat at ground level. A ball up.
Well held up by Manson on that occasion. Well done. Greg Deere will have to lift his work in the centre bounce. It's Monkhurst who's getting those hit-outs.
Hanson, clean possession. Lawrence, a good tackle. Starcevic running out of room. Kicks out of bounds on the full.
No, free kick and around the neck, I think.
Well, we saw how difficult it was for Christian from the boundary line on this side of the ground. It's going to be just as difficult for Craig Starcevic from that side. Hardly anything in that. Free against Morris. Starcevic, 30 metres out. Good effort.
Back in the centre. 11 points the difference. Collingwood lead. Monkhurst got it down. Dacos left it behind. Dipia Domenico, who started the game superbly, has been quietened since. He's going to get a free kick, is he? Don't know why. The umpire indicating, I think, a high tackle, but gee, a lot going on in there. Dipia Domenico swings it out wide. Good shepherd by Pritchard. Brought some space for this man, Anderson. Anderson goes long. What's happened? Off the ball. It wasn't such a good shepherd. Well, I thought it was fair enough. Obviously, the ball too far away, according to the umpire. So Wright has played superbly to Dacos, who's come to life certainly since half-time. Squares it. The lane slipped over, but he's got support. Turner overran the ball. That was a little tardy. Robbed of it by Morris, who Dipia Domenico. Gunnerwood's full forward. Dunstall was held. No free kick. Brereton in the pocket. Over the ball. Picked up by Allen. He keeps it in. Then left it behind. McGuan battling Allen. Brereton again. It's like slow motion. The arm came back on Gafer, and the ball's gone out of bounds and will be thrown in.
Well, Brereton had one of his best games ever 2 weeks ago and has been just so quiet today. Dipia Domenico.
Hawthorn could do it. I'd like to see them reorganise themselves. So Lawrence went into the ruck. He might be able to jump up with the centre bounce and also give them a little bit more mobility around the ground. That means getting Deere somewhere either off the ground or putting him maybe in a forward pocket.
Paul Deere does well here. Chopped off by McGuan. He goes to open space on the outer side. Manson leads about centre wing. He skips away from Lawrence. Good run by McGuan. He puts the kick for Manson. Well done. It was good play off the ball and great play by the ball carrier. Killer Manson. Short pass to half forward. A bit too short. And the defence was able to get in there and chop it off. Well done by Paul Cooper.
Much improved player, Paul Cooper. Third in the reserves, best and fairest last year at Hawthorn.
Magpies lead by 11 points. We have 16 minutes remaining in the game. Greg Deere down to Anderson. Kick doesn't go through the pack. Good Mark Russell. Mightn't have gone the distance. Right. Gee, can he gain some speed from a standing start? Lawrence. Held when not in possession. Free kick, Hawthorn.
Stephen Lawrence at right half back. His side trailing by 11 points. Just under 16 minutes remaining in the game. Towards midfield. Through the legs of Morrissey, but Collins with great dash. Shorley was pushed in the back. No free kick. Paul Deere. High kick down towards Dunstall. Morwood right there. Gafer leads back. He's got some time now, Mick Gafer. Spears it across the goal face and gave it away. Oh.
Maybe justice in that, because I thought Morwood infringed on Dunstall, and Dunstall initially went for the mark. He was definitely restrained. Maybe should have got the free kick. It was well cut out by Dunstall.
Well, Mickey Gafer would like his time over again. What a tragedy. This to make it 5 points. He's kicked it. 5 goals to Jason Dunstall. 11-14 to 12-13. And that tells the story in the box.
What a shame for Gafer, who's done such a great job on Brereton.
It was all set up on that occasion. It was a 2 or 3 on 1 situation. It just didn't come off. He picked the one instead of the other 2.
Dunstall with 5 goals. Hawthorn within 5 points. 15 minutes just under left. Hawthorn out of the middle. Paul Deere, he's played a top game. Might have given away a free kick that time. He did. There's no advantage there. It's got to come back to McEwen. The breeze is zephyr compared to what it was before, but still favouring Hawthorn. Kick by McEwen to half forward. Christian in front. Starcevic robbed of the ball by Langford. Tuck gets the ball wide. Morris. Di Domenico. Mullane beats him again. That's been an important change. Since Mullane went there, they've shared possessions, these two, whereas Di Domenico was brilliant in the first term. Mullane's kick back to half forward. Starcevic a big climb at the back of the pack. Russell. Oh, I thought he took the ball out. No, said the umpire, who had a good look at it. Manson slips his opponent and takes the mark.
A good positioning by Manson. Remember that breeze? A little strong and the ball holding up.
Now, can he get rid of a big kick here? 48 metres. Won't quite make it. Brown. Off the hands, and the margin is 6 points. Hawthorn a straight kick to only level the scores now.
Scott Russell having a marvellous match. 12 kicks, 14 hand passes. Langford.
He was off, Lawrence.
The umpire says he was too. Pritchard storming out of half-back towards centre wing. The mark is taken by Allen. 6 points the difference. Allen on the outer side, down towards half-forward. Dunstall is there. Turner will be first back. He's got some time. They come across the goal face again. Mullane's got it. Shaw's on for the kick. Mullane sends it towards Shaw. Shaw at half-back. Wants to play on. Not a particularly good kick. Manson lumbers up at it. Oh, tries to finesse on the boundary line and lost it. Button goes away. Di Domenico towards half forward. Morrissey running with the flight of the ball. Gets the kick off despite Turner's effort. It's wide of the mark, only just. Minor score. Manson. I don't think he's in that category. A little body swerve on the boundary line. Almost cost them dearly.
Brereton has been moved into defence and is now manning up Starcevic. Brereton extremely quiet on the forward line all day. Shaw brings it out of defence for the Magpies. Right in front. Spoiled by Pritchard. Pritchard after it again. It spills to Russell. He gets the hand pass to Krasiska. Nobody in front of Gavin Krasiska. High to half forward. Moncourse caught behind, and Lawrence takes the mark. Slides the hand pass away. Collins centres the ball. Tony Shaw at full stretch. Good mark. You'd like to have him on your side in a tight situation. Kerrison. This is interesting. Brereton back there on Starcevic. Starcevic palms down. Dacos. Langford did well to tap the ball to Platten. Platten's kick to half forward. Paul Deere. Good mark.
Craig Kelly warming up for Collingwood.
5 points the difference. Collingwood in front. Dunstall drops short of him. On the bounce. He thumps it in towards the goal square. Pritchard applying the tackle. The crumbs come to McGuan. McGuan out of defence. All Collingwood. Mullane.
Mullane goes over the top. McEwen. Can he reach it? Yes, he can.
It's good defensive work by Collingwood.
McEwen right half back.
Monkhurst off. Kelly on.
What a thriller. Collingwood lead by 5 points. McEwen high towards centre wing. All Hawthorn. Dia reaching over the top, but straight to Starcevic. Starcevic the high kick down towards right half forward. Christian's in front. Langford trying to fist away. It falls to Barwick. Gets the hurried kick away. It runs inside 50. Brown leading in front. Trying to knock it away there was Ayres. Langford had it a long time. Tuck got it across to Ayres. Slaps it towards the boundary line. Christian again. Pumps it back in. Going back is Cooper. And he's taken a beauty.
The mark of the day.
Swings it out wide. Rebound football now as these two great teams slug it out. This is Anderson.
Space now for Paul Deere on the run.
Good tackle, nearly.
Gets away from his man. Deere up to the 50. Now they start to come to him. He slips out the hand pass. A chance for Allen. Oh, he misses.
Gee, he had another option, Allen. He could have gone over the top. He drew the Collingwood man in Gafer and could have gone right over the top and more or less set it up for Hawthorn.
Well, in his first AFL game, he could have put the Hawks in front had he kicked straight there. 10 minutes left. 4 points the difference. Collingwood in front after they trailed by 5 goals at half-time. Morwood kicks in. Huge pack out here. Good leap and a mark by Manson.
Manson, the defensive side of left half back. Takes his time, kicks for distance into this breeze, which has dropped away considerably. Opportunity for Wright, does nicely in a tight situation. Russell, who's played superbly. Christian, high kick towards the wing. Starcevic knocking away from Brereton, taken by Cooper. Gets the kick away. McGuan in best position, strong mark. It's been a fine duel. McGuan and Paul Deere. McGuan successful this time. He's at left half back. Weighs up the options, goes close to the boundary line. Krasiska takes the mark out there. The defensive side of left centre wing. He in turn is taking his time and indicating he'll kick it long. Gavin Krasiska goes for distance, down towards the half-forward line. Over the top, Kelly. Couldn't hang on. This is Cooper with some time. Floats one on the breeze. Krasiska goes back. Manson over the top. Mark is paid.
Both these teams used to close matches. Collingwood had one a fortnight ago against St Kilda. They won it. Hawthorn had one last week against St Kilda and they lost it. Greg Deere, good mark at halfback. Brereton into Lawrence. Lawrence a booming kick to half forward. Morrissey the only chance there. Manson doing well. Kerrison to Turner. Collingwood moving the ball by running it. Starcevic, well, he's Brereton's man and was about 15 metres away that time. Craig Starcevic, 2 kicks to goal from there. Barwick, dangerous. Collins a good spoil. Oh, well done by Kelly. Puts it out in front to Brown. Brown back to Kelly.
That was a bad mistake by Gary Ayres. And Doug Barwick not too good. I wonder if that is the same arm he hurt just before half-time. We'll see this on replay.
Kelly would need to kick this because Barwick is a very good kick and Kelly decided to take the mark.
The man on the mark is 40 metres out. Craig Kelly could nearly clinch the game if he got this one. Won't make it. No mark in the goal square. Cooper. Well, above his years, he's doing well in defence. Good collision there, right. Taps in. McEwen, an impressive player. Dacos over the top with a clever hand pass. Russell on the boundary line. He centres. Greg Deere.
Cool in the 50 metres. 50 metres.
Against Craig Kelly.
They want to go straight down the centre, Hawthorn.
I suppose if you're going to give one away, that's about the best place to do it. Deere goes short to Tuck. 4 points the margin. Tuck across the ground. Morrissey. Well done, Morrissey. Breaks away. Goes long down towards Dunstall. Moore with a timely fist. Leading back in the race is Morris. Gets the hand pass away to Collins. Oh, great tackle, Morwood. It spills to Gafer. He gets the hand pass away to Mullane. Mullane from half-back towards centre wing. In front, the mark is taken by Brown.
Morwood's done very, very well at fullback.
Ripping game of football. Brown long towards half-forward. Almost the strong mark to Greg Deere. Falls to Brereton. He breaks away from half-back. Sends it back into the attack again. It's all Collingwood. McGuan waiting behind.
No, free kick.
Was going to be paid advantage now. Oh, it lands on its end. A bad bounce there for McEwen. Comes to Anderson, who pops it over for Allen, who had a chance a while ago. This time he goes back behind the man on the mark. Now he gets rid of it. To the forward line. Morrissey a hand to it, but couldn't take the mark. McGuan across the face of goal. Was costly once earlier, but all right this time, Mullane. Gets a lead from Brown. Just marks inside the line. Geez, he covered some ground. Russell.
Collingwood attempting to slow it down. I don't know if this is a wise decision at this stage.
Pies lead by 4 points. Brereton gets to the front. 5.5 minutes remaining. Time left. Kick by Brereton. Dippia Domenico's there. Mullane drops the mark. Manson loses it in the tackle. Chance for Allen. Also Paul Deere. The kick by Deere. Across the face. Dunstall.
Oh, that should be a free kick.
It is a... No, it's a throw-in.
Oh. Well, the umpires were paying these earlier in the game when the guys behind had no intent on marking or holding and infringing.
Dunstall shakes his head. That's understandable. There's the throw in. Paul Deere, strong, emerges with the ball. It's a high kick. It's floating back. It could be a goal. Hawthorn are in front.
A bit of space now. Dunstall leads. Yo, what a mark!
Manson with the run wins it. Left behind by Whitman. Shaw tries to crash his way through. Russell, clever hand pass out to Starcevic. Bakos has got it. Bakos, 40 metres out directly in front, but he's kicking into a very strong breeze.
Started with a hit out from Manson.
This to pull it back to 2 points. Just over 3 minutes remaining and the clock is running down. The champ goes goalward. It hangs in the breeze. It's good. Goal to Collingwood. They will not lie down. The Magpies trail by 2.
Well, 3-3 to Peter Dakos, but as I said, Deere's got to do more on the centre bounce. It was Manson who got the hit out. Deere's just got to put his body in and at least nullify or bring the ball to ground or punch it forward, because Collingwood getting a lot of drive out of the centre.
Collingwood, 7th on the ladder and desperate to stay in touch. Hawthorn, who not since 85 have lost 2 games in a row. All down to the last 2 3/4 minutes.
There was a better effort by Deere at the centre bounce then, because Collingwood had the whole front of their square open so they could run the ball out unimpeded.
Comes to Brown. Might have taken one high. No whistle that time. They can't get it clear of the pack. Oh, Platten was ridden by Shaw. The umpire will ball it up. The free kicks have levelled out a bit, but it's still 26-13, so a ratio of 2-1 in favour of Hawthorn. Very dark here at VFL Park. Paul Deere has done a superb job. Helped up the ground by Turner. Brereton just has been out of sorts today. Comes to Platten. High kick short of half forward. Oh, good mark.
Great mark. Great mark by McEwen. Straight down the centre he should go.
That's 20 possessions to Ron McEwen. What a big game he's played. Manson. Yes!
He should have punched it like Langford.
Time running out. 1:44 left. Manson's kick low into the breeze. A good kick. Brereton got a fingernail to it. That was good. Comes down to Whitman. Whitman back to the centre. Desperate, both teams. Great game of football. Whitman breaks away. He's got support from Anderson, but he goes for Dunstall. Almost, but not quite. Allen. Morwood. Still the Hawks a chance. The hand pass comes through to Dunstall. Oh, good stuff by Gaffer. McGuan near the boundary line.
Fantastic football. McGuan around the outer side. All Hawthorn. Collins gets it. Great tackle by Wright. Collins gets the hand pass away. Down goes Pritchard. Kerrison in deep trouble. Knocked out of there by Shaw. Wright's over the ball. Nicely done. Barwick kept his composure well. Greg Deere, was he held without it? No, says the umpire.
It was a pity Barwick failed on that occasion. It was a 2-on-1. If they just held the ball, they could have got away with it then, Collingwood.
We're down to 37 seconds. Collingwood desperate for a goal. They've got to get it and go forward here. Pritchard, it's going the wrong way for the Magpies. Morrissey, it's out of bounds and the clock continues to run. It seems it's all over. We're down to 20 seconds now. 2 points the difference. Hawthorn lead. Manson the thump away. There's the clock. Wright gets the kick. Deere the mark. And that should be it. Well, a fantastic comeback by the Magpies seems destined to fall 2 points short. There's the siren. Hawthorn win. Yes, the Hawks can whistle and bitter disappointment. Scores level. Long and high towards Justin Madden, however, again. Glasgow. Back towards Reece Jones and Watson. Hamilton backs into the pack. Over the top, Gleeson. Steadies. Shoots in towards goal. Has kicked a vital goal for the Blues.
Well, I tell you what, that's brought back memories to me. I watched a game of night football a few years ago, and it's one of Timmy Watson's most memorable events.
And he ran over the top.
When he jumped over the top of the Carlton players, ran into the goal, kicked it. It was a very important kick, and what a tremendous effort by Gleeson. Having spent the first half on the interchange bench, getting a run just at the end of the second quarter, and his third quarter has been good. So Carlton lead by 6 points. They've kicked another vital goal to that member stand end. Essendon get clear through O'Donnell. The kick across his body. The ball lands at half forward. Bassett, he's too slow, but he gets his foot to the ball. Anthony Danaher racing out towards the 50-metre line, but the boundary line too close. So the Bassett kick can be classified as effective.
Well, and Michael Long has been very quiet this quarter. Here's the throw-in. Madden doing the ruck work from behind. Bassett sees it over the line. If the Blues can hold on to a 6 or 7 point lead, it'll be like gold going into that last quarter. Just making Essendon's job all that much harder. Madden again. Buick pumps it in towards full forward. Which way does it bounce?
A goal.
He has goal. So they answer. And again, scores are level, 9-11 to 10-5.
Darren Buick has kicked 3 goals, and that was a magnificent kick, although I guess you have to say that it was a little fortunate, but the kick covered 45 metres, and he did kick it to the front of the goals, which is very important. OK, the bounce went in his favour.
Back in the middle again. Scores level, 5 minutes remaining. Who can win it out of the centre? Werner's looking to. Well, his hand pass went maybe a little too far. No, O'Donnell is able to get it. Down towards half forward. Over the top comes Dunlop. Long has been desperately quiet this term, but he flicks it out to Izzard. Izzard shoots and goes. The Bombers lead by 6 points.
Well, again, I think 5 minutes left. Werner taps it to Buick. He's down behind play. Oh, he got up pretty quick.
He's got up like a yo-yo.
And he'll take the free kick on the defensive side of the centre.
How much lead do they need, do you think, with this breeze, Robert?
I'd still say 3 goals. Werner now allowed to play on. Gets around Dean and thumps Essendon to within goal-scoring distance up towards full forward. Punched away by Silvani. Free kick. Essendon free kick. Looks as though it's against Justin Madden. Bomber fans are ecstatic. They were quiet in the second term, but they're alive and well.
Clear. Anthony Danaher claimed by Kernahan. Gleeson, however, threads his way through to Glasgow. Down towards Sartori. Socket off the ground. Glasgow again. Kick smothered. Back towards Manning on the wing. Sits nicely. Player running through. Could be dangerous. That was Danaher. To half forward. Long. Beaten by Bassett. But down to O'Donnell. It's a long kick. Is this his birthday? Yes, it is. Happy birthday, Gary O'Donnell. Gleeson pushing it wide for Glasgow. His kick is short. Finds Bradley, however. To the half-forward line. Oh, great one-hander.
Not enough pressure put on by Hawker there.
Brandsburg wide. Finds Grenville. Gets the hand pass away to Neil Danaher, playing a loose man in defence. His pass is a good one. Somerville takes it. Looking for someone going past. It's Salmon. He'll get claimed. Great tackle by Buckley. Long now. Well held in the third quarter. Anthony Danaher kicking wide. Werner and Murphy clash. And the ball will come back. It'll be a free kick to Fraser Murphy.
Great effort by Fraser Murphy there to show courage. He knew he was going to get hit.
Well, they can't afford to lose anyone else. They've got Majizak and Alvin on the sidelines, injured.
Tough little bloke Murphy, though.
And Kernahan defensively over the top of Walsh and over the line.
Can't quite understand why Murphy would kick so wide out there when a kick towards the proper centre-half forward position, I felt, would have been better used. The kick, the boundary throw-in, Kernahan forced to do the ruck work. Buick bumped off the ball by Gleeson. Gathered nicely by Izard for Essendon. He kicks it up towards the half-forward area, marked by Meldrum. Gets it off to Silvani. Silvani's kick goes to the correct centre-half forward position. Kernahan drops a sitter. Kick off the ground goes to full forward. Hamilton's bustled out of it. Satori goes back. Brilliantly gathered by Spawn. Off to Kranzberg, and the Bombers playing desperate football. Grenvold gathers and gets the hand pass off to Izard. Izard's at half-back. He runs away. The left foot kick is an underground pass. Collected by Derui. He gets it off to Glasgow. Away goes Reinitz. Reinitz kick towards centre-half forward. Kernahan can't mark. Hawker waits for it. A kick off the ground. Comes out favourably for Hannah. Hannah onto the right foot. Kicks a long one. It's going towards goal. It's home. It's a Carlton goal.
So to Danaher. Grenvold off to Buick. He bounces his way across the centre. Hannah chasing, but he steams clear. Looking for Kicker. Too wide for him, and with him is Peter Dean, who's done an exceptional job today. And it goes over the line. 12 kicks, 6 marks to Peter Dean, and 3 hand passes. Madden, the height advantage. Bassett towards Hannah. Did it well. Past Kranzberg, taken by Hawker. A high kick into the space. The charge is on. Watson gets a shocking bounce. It comes back to Rhys Jones. Good sweeping hand pass to Hawker. Hawker sets sail for goal. He knows this end of Windy Hill. He's goal. Madden goes it alone. Gleeson takes it out of the square. Kranzberg leads his man and comes charging forward. Wide to Izard. Time enough to swing round and centre it in towards half forward. Somerville at the back. Madden also flew. Anderson in front on the left foot. Hoiks it high. Silvani is there and he takes a safe mark on the chest.
50 metres. Kick it. Undisciplined play. Silvani plays on. Doesn't take the advantage, but he's got to take it because the umpire has blown time on. So Stephen Silvani is now nearly in the centre. Now he's allowed to play on. The short pass was again allowed to be available for Carlton. Essendon not manning up. Glasgow in the centre. Kicks it wide. Looking out there for Satori. He can't mark. Murphy can't get the hand pass out. Hamilton, a desperate defender. Kicks it high towards the wing. Glasgow falling over Izard. He's still got it. Still got it, Izard. Tries to tap it out the back to Long. Long's hand pass goes to the advantage of Werner. Werner runs away. Trying too much. He's caught with the ball and should be penalised. Advantage is paid. Coming away with it is Meldrum. And Meldrum kicks Carlton within goal-scoring distance. No mark to Hawker. Gathered by Rhys Jones. He's hemmed in by Walsh. And he's holding the ball. Must kick over the man on the mark.
I don't think Rhys has finished having a chat. Not impressed. Walsh in the back pocket. Big pack of players. And it is the front man, Michael Werner, who hammers it over the line. One kick, the difference. Under 20 minutes remaining. Somerville and Madden. Madden's done a big job today. Reinitz from a standing start. Down towards Kernahan. Close to the boundary line is Salmon. Oh, they keep it in play. Fraser Murphy onto the left foot. In towards full forward. Satori is down there. Is there holding on from Hamilton? Satori gets clear. A quick hand pass to Buckley. It's coming back. Buckley's back.
The day out here at Windy Hill. Gleeson can't break clear. Getting a chance is Manning. He's tackled by Gleeson. He gets the hand pass away to Grenvold. And Grenvold kicks Essendon up towards half forward. Meldrum in front, can't gather it. Bassett, a crude tackle. Meldrum, down he goes from an elbow. And Meldrum, poor play by Somerville. And the book is coming out. And Meldrum's down behind play. Well, this game has been played in a great spirit for the entirety. And that's the only really nasty passage that we've seen. In the back, puts it back in towards the goal square. At the back, Murphy will goal. He does. Carlton in front by 6 points. Fraser Murphy up towards half forward. There's no one home. The bouncing ball is stumped away by Cransburg. Close to the line, Terry Danaher takes it over, and Rhys Jones looking at the umpire. Was that a free kick against me, umpire Carlin? No, throw it in, please, boundary umpire. It's about 30 metres around from the Carlton goal. The Bombers defending desperately. The ball comes clear. Buckley, shot for goal by Buckley. The fans love it. It's there.
And he's loving it. Jimmy Buckley. And the Blues go charging forward again, down towards Satori. Yes! No! Well, he had 2 grabs at it. Danaher asked the question.
Weak umpiring decisions. Terribly weak. First of all, nearly a mark to Satori, and secondly, penalising Rhys Jones there. You can call me biased if you like, but I can't believe that. I'm calling you Ian.
Dana. Cransburg up with the one hand. Manning down. Werner's coming off the ground to be replaced by O'Brien. Now to Somerville. And he marks just on the defensive side of centre wing. Plays on. The Bombers have got to get a wriggle on. Izard. Steadies. Just gets his kick away. Gleeson gets a shocking bounce. Long chances his arm. What can Michael Long do? Go wide. Couple of players there. This is Watson. Stabs in towards kicker. Short again. O'Brien's just come on the ground. Can't take the mark, and he's going to be pinged, I fear.
Now 9 minutes left. Carlton lead by 2 goals. Spawn goes around and kicks it high into the centre. Bradley. Bradley nearly marked it. O'Donnell. Struggle. Bradley looking for the free kick. Hawker's got Anderson. Bradley gets away. Hand passes off to Gleeson. Gleeson goes wide. Rhys Jones is let out. He gathers the ball. Hand passes. Kernahan. Can he goal? No, he can't. But the point might be advantageous.
And is Kevin Walsh dog-tired?
Stephen Kernahan, 1 goal, 2. Blues 15-6. Bombers 12-11.
8.5 minutes remaining. Grenvold to the outer side. Going desperately close to the boundary line. And Satori dives, taking the mark over the line. Well, he's certainly come into the play, Peter Satori. 5 marks, about to have his 7th kick, 4 hand passes.
Could drill this.
He could cover himself in glory. The drop punt is long, but it's to the right. And 1 behind. Every score counted. 15-7 to 12-11. 8, just over 8 minutes left.
They've kicked 5-2. Essendon still yet to score in this last quarter.
Terry Danaher. The old skipper, the veteran of 273 games today. Finds Paul Salmon. All players are tired. Anderson and Hanna towards the line. Cransburg was at the back with Watson and Silvani. Here's the throw-in. Satori front spot. Salmon over the top. Anderson tries to go, but Hanna takes advantage. Mil Hanna sets up the loose man with a hand pass. From a standing start, he has drilled it. The Blues are home. The Blues are home.
Today's match